And we're going live, and I'm live apparently, just coming on a little bit early. I'll say that again, I think I got cut a wee bit there. I'm live there, so just thought it'd be a bit early, folks, just to make sure everything's working out okay. In relation to our old Dune book club, I had a few technical problems last week, had to split the episode into two. So there's actually, we'll just give it a wee second or two, let's see who pops in for our Dune book club. We're on chapter 34 tonight. So apologies that we weren't on last night, folks. My throat absolutely went on me, and I could barely speak. And I was doing a lot of tutoring the other day, and it's all sort of just gab sometimes. So I do apologise. I had all set to go last night, and I just couldn't talk. So there's a few people arriving. There's Telios DeWiz, Babs, Evening Doc. Hi Babs, how are you? Bojack Harkness, hey there. And Matt is saying hello, everyone. Hi, guys. I hope you're all keeping well. Throats, I've been medicating, so I'm hoping my old throat will keep up okay tonight. Today I'm saying howdy, Bojack and Matt. So thanks very much for joining us, folks. This is a really dense chapter. And, oh dear. I wrote an awful lot of notes on this, almost to the point of just writing the whole thing out, which is a bit silly. It's... which I try not to do. I'm filling these notebooks up at a ridiculous level at the minute. We're on notebook number 3. So, yeah, I hope you're all keeping well. I'm going to get a wee bit of fluids here, and we'll get cracking in a wee second. Goodness, there's all a bit of Dune news out there at the minute, isn't there? The casting for the Sisterhood TV series looks like that's going to go ahead in terms of sort of Frank Herbert extended Dune universe. Pardon me, I'll be grabbing a beer in a few minutes, but they're all warm at the minute, sadly. So, this is quite an interesting wee chapter. Oh, sorry, it's not a wee chapter at all. I mean, it's not particularly long, but it's a long one, but it's dense. It's absolutely packed with stuff. And we get a good sense of the Fremen in this chapter, to be honest with you. And we have, I suppose, basically the core elements of this chapter are the funeral service for Janus. And then we actually learn a little bit more about the Fremen, basically with their water rituals, etc., what they're all about. And we glean all of this from the funeral of Janus and the various rituals that go on here. And we're still in the same setting. So from the previous chapter, and we're going to take, at the end of this chapter, we're going to get a break from the Atreides and the Fremen, as all, which I'm actually really looking forward to the next chapter, because of course it's back to the Harkonnens, isn't it? And we're going to get, we're going to see the Fenrings, who I love, by the way. Tino says, warm beers, why you should always keep a heavy glass mug in the freezer. I have never considered that. Well, I've got a beer. I've actually got a beer in the freezer, but I've been a bit busy today, so just trying to get organized here. And so my wife was very good and nipped out and got me a few, three of my beers that I like. I won't mention their names, but just for my throat again. Because I keep sort of sipping at coffees and stuff, and I don't know what's happened to me lately, but it's turned out that coffee doesn't agree with me anymore. And it's, one cup of coffee is making me like that, you know. So I'm on the decaf these days. There's Cynthia saying, good evening, Doc. Hi, all. And this is Mihai Krasian. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. Says, hello, Mihai. Thanks very much for joining us, folks. Let's have a wee, let's get a wee start on this. There's an awful lot of all sorts in this chapter, I suppose, and we'll try and move through it. And we have a whole bunch of linguistic cues that are actually quite confusing, and I've tried to do a wee bit of work on them. We'll actually see it's particularly a speech that Chani gives in this, which is absolutely loaded with stuff. And of course, through Janus's possessions as well, we get to learn a little bit about the Fremen as well. And of course, their dream. So, nice short epigraph to begin with. God created Arrakis to train the faithful. We all know this one, and I always like it from particularly in the David Lynch version where one cannot go against the word of God, this kind of thing. I always like my own little take on that is that God created Northern Ireland to degrade the faithful. As I'm known for saying, that's a quote by me. Anyway, let's have a wee look. We start off with Jessica in the scene, and again in the stillness of the cavern, I suppose. Jessica, again, a lot of what we hear, what we see. She hears the scrape of sand and rock as people moved. There are distant bird calls, which we are told are signals to watchmen. This is what Stilgar explains, and of course, everything that was set up in the previous chapter as the Fremen made camp here, they'll be preparing to move on after this, after a certain amount of time, in relation to Jamas's funeral and his spirit, as we're going to find out. So we're going to learn an awful lot about the Fremen here, and how, I suppose, the very nature of this planet, the obsession with water, if you like, for want of a better word, how it permeates into all aspects of their culture. And I suppose also we're going to find out how that culture's been messed with a wee bit, I think. So we're told that the great plastic hood seals, where are we, are removed from the cave openings. And of course, this is water discipline again. And let's see. So she could see the march of evening shadows across the lip of rock in front of her and the open basin beyond. She sensed the daylight leaving them, sensed it in the dry heat as well as the shadows. She knew her trained awareness soon would give her what these Fremen obviously had. And what is that? It's the ability to sense even the slightest change in the air's moisture. And I would just like to add here, the word sense, getting sense of something, is quite an important word throughout this chapter. We'll hear it mentioned many times. And yeah, it's about the Atreides again. Jessica wanting to get this sense of what the Fremen have, and also she's observing them a fair bit here. And if we remember the old Fremen, I suppose, not the Fremen, sorry, the Bene Gesserit thing, it's really crisis and observation, isn't it? So let's have a wee look. I just found my wee place here. Sorry. Yeah, how they'd scurried to tighten still suits when the cave was opened. And deep within the cave, someone began chanting, and here we go, I'm a trava ocolo, I corenya ocolo. And Jessica translates this one for us. She said, these are ashes and these are roots. And so this is the beginning of the funeral service for Jamis, really, isn't it? So Jessica looks out at the Arakeen sunset, and it's a banked deck of colour in the sky. Night's beginning to utter its shadows along distant rocks and dunes. And the heat persisted. Heat, the sense of heat. Heat forced her thoughts onto water. And the observed fact that this whole people have been trained, again, training, to be thirsty only at given times. Thirst. Later on, we're going to get that thirst, that one word on its own. Real emphasis there. Later on, we get a few words like that here. Water later on as well. And again, I suppose this, looking out across this basin, I suppose the open night, she can remember moonlight waves on Caladan throwing white robes over rocks, and the wind heavy with dampness. Now the breeze that fingered her robes seared the patches of exposed skin at her cheeks and forehead. The new nose plugs irritated her, and she found herself overly conscious of the tube that trailed down across her face into the suit, recovering her breath's moisture. There's a moisture there as opposed to water. And we're told, of course, that the still suit itself is a sweat box. I've been wondering a wee bit about the still suit in this chapter, and especially in light of what happened in the previous chapter. And I'm starting to think that maybe the still suit isn't, in Frank's mind, maybe designed that well. Just thinking about the fight with Jamis. Excuse me a wee second. I bought this bottle and it wobbles. It's rubbish. I'm gonna have to be very careful when I set it down. So yeah, the still suit itself is a sweat box. So here we go. And of course, remember, Stilgar, this is what Stilgar had said in the past about the suit. Your suit will be more comfortable when you've adjusted to lower water content in your body. And she, of course, she knew he was right, we're told. And knowledge made this moment no more comfortable. The unconscious preoccupation, water, weighed on her mind. And again, no. She corrects herself. Preoccupation with moisture. And we're told that this is a more subtle and profound matter. And indeed it is. She heard approaching footsteps, turned to see Paul come out of the cave's depths, trailed by and again we get this term for Chani, this elfin-faced Chani. And her thoughts go to this. Let's have a look at Jessica's thoughts here. And of course, this is to do with Chani, I suppose, really. There's another thing, she thought. Paul must be cautioned about their women. One of these desert women would not do as a wife to a duke. A concubine. As concubine, yes, but not as a wife. Excuse me. So yeah, interesting thoughts coming from Jessica, who we of course know is a concubine. And she wonders. I've put down as this political, as a snobbery, and of course that she is a concubine herself, because the Duke Leto never married her. And she wondered herself, thinking, have I been infected with his schemes? And she saw how well she had been conditioned. I can think of the marital needs of royalty without once weighing my own concubinage. Yet I was more than concubine. For those who aren't familiar with the word, by the way, concubine is from the Latin concubina. I'll break it up for you. The word con means, well, it means a few different things, but in this case it means with, and kubare is to lie. So literally the word concubine means to lie with, I suppose. And concubinage, I think there's a few other terms for it, if you bear with me a wee second. If we can, I suppose Wikipedia is always good for this kind of thing. Oh yeah, we have the practice of barmaid, a husband as a slave, as a concubine, is recorded in the Code of Hammurabi in the Bible, where Abraham takes Hagar as a pilagesh, which apparently, that's just off Wikipedia, for example, is a Hebrew term for a concubine. So, concubinage is practiced in quite a lot of older societies, I suppose. Yeah, and I'm kind of wondering how much it's still in practice, to be honest with you. I haven't really investigated the matter, but so it's an interesting term. And of course, if we know how Dune, I'll maybe not read this. I don't want to spoil it. If some of you are reading through this with us for the first time, possibly. The ending to Dune is all about the very last sentence of Dune. I'll not read it, folks. I don't want to spoil it, but it mentions the term concubine there. And I've always thought it was an interesting ending to Dune. And we'll get there when we get there. So, mother. Let me see. She's more than a concubine. Indeed, she was. She basically was the secretary of the Duke's household. So she pretty much ran his household. So, mother. And it's Paul stopping in front of her, Chani at his elbow. Mother, do you know what they're doing back there? And Jessica replies, well, I think so. Paul says, Chani showed me, because I'm supposed to see it and give my permission for the weighing of the water. Jessica looks to Chani here. So, again, water is going to permeate everything in this chapter. And we're really getting a major insight. And there's always a little bit with the Fremen here. but we get an awful lot here. And as I said, that we're getting it through two practices, really, and we also get to see what the Fremen are up to, ecologically speaking. But this essentially contains a funeral and a little bit of a courtship ritual, as we'll find out later. Excuse me, which is a wee bit of a joke within Dune, I suppose. So Chani says they're recovering Janice's water. We're told that her voice is thin and nasal past the nose plugs. That's going to contrast with how Jessica looks at her voice later on. And in fact, Paul's voice, we're going to get a little bit about that later too. So we're told it's the rule, it's the law. The flesh belongs to the person, but his water belongs to the tribe, except in the combat. Paul says, they say the water's mine. And Jessica wondered why she was suddenly alert and cautious. What's this about? Something. So Chani goes on. The combat water belongs to the winner. It's because you have to fight in the open without still suits. The winner has to get his water back that he loses while fighting. And of course, Paul muttering here, I don't want his water. He felt that he was a part of many images. Now, as much as that, we shift here a wee second here with Paul's thoughts. He felt that he was a part of many images moving simultaneously in a fragmenting way that was disconcerting to the inner eye. He could not be certain what he would do. But of one thing he's positive, he did not want the water distilled out of Janice. And of course, Chani's like, and this is where we start to see the differences in these people. There's a pragmatism here, particularly in that it's water. And that's Chani's response. It's just a flat, it's water. What's wrong with you? You know, this kind of thing. She doesn't say that, it's just me. But it's you get that sense. Jessica marveled at the way she said it. Water. Or yeah, maybe I should read that again. It's, let me see, so much meaning in a simple sound. What? It's water. Maybe. I don't know. I think there's a normalization to the word there, but obviously Jessica picks up a lot more meaning in the simple sound. And a Bene Gesserit axiom comes to her mind. Survival. Oh, hang on. My bad handwriting is defeating me again, folks. Oh, I thought I'd written survivability and I've scored it out. Sorry. Survival is the ability to swim in strange water. Quite right, in a way. And Jessica thought, Paul and I, we must find the currents and patterns in these strange waters if we're to survive. And Jessica tells him, you will accept the water. So Jessica's thoughts here. Oh, sorry, hang on. Yeah, this is her thoughts. Sorry, I thought I made a wee mistake here. She recognizes the tone in her own voice. And she had used that same tone once with Leto, telling her lost duke that he would accept a large sum offered for his support in a questionable venture because money maintained power for the Atreides. There we go. Now, once again, I suppose Duke Leto's up to questionable things. Pardon me, in the past. And if we really do pick Leto apart, he's a very, very dodgy geezer. Very dodgy indeed, I think. So, Caladan, money is what the Atreides need. But on Arrakis, it's different. It's water. On Arrakis, water was money. She saw that clearly. Now, I suppose ultimately this is all about whatever the melange equals whenever you get into the Empire. It becomes wealth, doesn't it? Money. Solaris. So, let me see. Money maintained power for the... And I've just put money maintained power for the Atreides. What does that actually mean? Where does the Atreides power come from? And we're told on Caladan it's air and sea power. But the bottom line is, and it's an old problem, how do you pay your army? If you maintain an army, you have to pay them. Julius Caesar's a good one to look at that. Very interesting, particularly where he crosses the Rubicon, moves into Rome, and if you look at that period of history, I suppose paying your army is an interesting thing, and how he goes about it's interesting, I suppose. So Paul is silent, and we're told that he knows he'll do what she ordered, not because she ordered it. It's that her tone of voice forced him to reevaluate things. So this same tone that she's used in the past with Leto would have forced Leto to reevaluate accepting money for a dodgy enterprise, if you like. To refuse water, Paul realizes, really, is to break with Fremen custom. Sorry, what does it say in the book? With accepted Fremen practice. And that could be very perilous for them here, I think. Let's see. Over the page we go. Paul recalls the words of 467 Kalima in Dr. Yui's Orange Catholic Bible. From water does all life begin. And he says this out loud. Jessica stared at him. Where did he learn that quotation? She asked. He hasn't studied the mysteries. I'm going to pause there for a wee second. Let's have a wee chat about that. Kalima is an Arabic word from kalima, if I'm pronouncing it correctly. Word is what it means. There are the 6 kalima, 6 traditions or 6 phrases, or 6 Islamic phrases or prayers, if you like, that are recited by Muslims. So this is, again, one of these books of this Orange Catholic Bible, which is pretty much a hybridized religious text, if you like. And we also get a mention about mysteries. And I thought I'd just have a wee quick chat with you about those in case you're not too sure about what mysteries are. So mysteries, I suppose, the most famous one to me would be the Eleusinian mysteries from ancient Greece, which if you read anything reasonably into the ancient world, within the classical Greek world, if you like, or Hellenistic world, then you will encounter the Eleusinian mysteries, which are, I suppose it's, let me see, what I've written here is, well, I've only made a couple of wee things here, but the mysteries would be, I suppose, where you have a particular religion, where you have initiates, if you like, that there's a secret, I suppose, a level of secrecy where you have initiates, and to enter this religion, you'll have to do certain things, etc. The Elysian mysteries themselves are to do with the worship of Demeter and Persephone, who are part of, very importantly, part of, I suppose, a triple goddess identifier, if you like, which would be Demeter, Persephone, and Hecate. And within Dune, we probably understand this, that it's within my own work, maiden, mother, and crone, if you like. And they're chthonic deities of the earth. So that's just the Eleusinian mysteries. If you want to check out anything about these things, they're really interesting. You all right, Holly? Oh, she's fine. What was it? The one I always like to point out was Aeschylus supposedly revealed a few of these. And my understanding is that what the Elysian, what is it that these people use? It's within that context, it was magic mushrooms, I believe, and booze is how they went to meet the gods, if you like. So what he was accused of is what the Greeks would call asabaia, which is impiety, for revealing mysteries. So that's what mysteries are. He hasn't studied the mysteries. And it makes me wonder about that, because it's a direct lift. Paul has taken this directly from the Orange Catholic Bible. And if that's the case, this is the main religious text of the Imperium, then there's no mystery there, if you see what I mean. It's it's a book that's accessible to everybody without initiation. So what she says doesn't quite make sense uh, unless the quotation that Paul particularly chooses here from "Water does all life begin" is actually a part of some other uh, mystery, if you like, religious cult. So let's have a wee look. Where are we? 15. So yeah, and Jessica stares at where did he learn that quotation? Well, he hasn't studied the mysteries. Chani says, "Thus it is spoken." He said the right thing here. Guidikar Mantene. It is written in the Shah Nama that water was the first of all things created. Now, okay, let's see. What have we got? The Guidikar Mantene, I've got nothing on. As far as I think this is just an example of made-up language for Chikosa. However, it is written in the Shah Nama. We do have this is a real life reference again. So the Shah Nama is the Book of Kings. For those who are in, now I've never read this, by the way, but you'll know that I like my epics. So the Book of Kings is the epic poem of Iran, if you will, national epic of Iran. It's a Persian epic. Excuse me, and its author is Ferdowsi, if I'm pronouncing his name correctly. Check it out. In terms of epic poems, if I had a copy of it, I would have read it by now. But it's enormous, and I think it's about. It's a really big. Dear God, let's look it up here a wee second. Hang on, just to give you a wee bit of info on it. But you'll find it on. Sure, we'll find it on Wikipedia. There we go. Shahnameh. Pretty much they've got Shan Nama. So that's it. Yeah, we have it as two words. Put it together, you got the one word. So the Shahnameh in Persian is the Book of Kings. I'll just give you the wee quick brief stuff from Wikipedia here. It's a long epic poem written by the Persian poet Ferdowsi between 977 and 1010 CE, and is the national epic of Iran, Afghanistan, and Tajikistan. It consists of some 50,000 distichs or couplets, which are 2-line verses, and the Shahnameh is one of the world's longest epic poems, and it tells mainly the mythical and to some extent the historical past of the Persian Empire from the creation of the world until the Muslim conquest in the 7th century. It says, let me see, influenced by Persian culture. Iran, Azerbaijan, Afghanistan, and Tajikistan were influenced by Persian culture. Also, other countries such as Armenia, Dagestan, Georgia, Turkey, Turkmenistan, and Uzbekistan celebrate this national epic. Just to finish this, it says that the work is, this is just the introductory blurb on Wikipedia. If you're interested, go and have a look. The work is of central importance in Persian culture and Persian language and is regarded as a literary masterpiece. It is also important to the contemporary adherents of Zoroastrianism, in that it traces the historical links between the beginnings of the religion and the death of the last Sasanian emperor, which brought an end to the Zoroastrian influence of Iran. It says citation needed there, so don't take Wikipedia's word for it. But if you have a wee look at it, you'll see pages from the Florence Shahnameh, etc., etc. Aren't old books so beautiful? If you have a wee look on Wikipedia, it's absolutely gorgeous. I'd love to get a copy of that. Actually, must have a wee nosy. I just finished the most recent epic. Sort of I finished was I reread a new I reread the Toyn, but it was a new translation, if you like, and I really enjoyed it. But it's I have to say it's not my favorite translation. But there we go. So the Shahnameh is the Book of Kings. It is written in the Book of Kings that water was the first of all things created. So there we go. Another reference to a book that exists within the Dune world, but actually a real world book. So I've put that in Dune, the Shahnameh is the half legendary first book of the Zen Sunni wanderers. Oh, apologies. I did get a word for Guidikar is a holy truth. Oh no, that's within Dune. And if we add Mantene, it means an original and supporting truth. So there we go. Interesting stuff. I love finding real world analogs or real world references within Dune. There's tons of them, absolutely tons of them. Now, let's have a wee look. For no reason that she could explain, and this bothered her more than the sensation, Jessica suddenly shuddered. She turned away to hide her confusion and was just in time to see the sunset. A violent calamity of colour spilled over the sky as the sun dipped beneath the horizon. So we get a little bit of this with Jessica in this chapter, that she's a wee bit worried. Little fears come over her. If you see what I mean, certain things have a register with her. Pardon me. Fear, and we'll see this later on. Things are sort of little things are setting off little warnings in Jessica's mind, I suppose. And as always, when people want to have a wee bit of strong emotion in June, they turn away. It's a consistent thing that they do. Now, let's have a wee look. It is time, says Stilgar within the camp. Janus's weapon has been killed. It's an interesting way of putting it, isn't it? A weapon has been killed. I suppose we know that each individual crysknife isn't it fixed to its owner, I suppose. Janus has been called by him, by Shai Hulud, who has ordained the phases for the moon that daily wane and, in the end, appear as bent and withered twigs. Stilgar's voice lowered. Thus it is with Janus. And silence fell like a blanket on the cavern. Jessica saw a grey shadow movement of Stilgar, like a ghost figure within the inner reaches. She glanced at the basin, sensing, that word again, sensing. It's going to turn up an awful lot here. The coolness. The friends of Janus will approach, says Stilgar. So the men moved behind Jessica, dropping a curtain across the opening, and a single glow globe was lighted overhead far back in the cave. Its yellow glow picked out an inflowing of human figures. Jessica heard the rustling of the robes. So Chani took a step away as though pulled by the light, and Jessica bent close to Paul's ear, speaking in the family code. Follow their lead, do as they do. It will be a simple ceremony to placate the shade of Janus. I think we had a wee chat about shades the other week, didn't we? I think the idea of shades, particularly within Greek mythology, within the Homeric epics, I suppose, is very interesting. And in some cases, how the Greeks look at the afterlife, if you like. For example, Achilles' shade is in the underworld in Hades, I think, but Achilles is also in Olympus. In the afterlife, if you like, he's married to Medea, I think. Something like that. It's kind of hard to put a finger on what that kind of means, if you know what I mean. So let me see, where are we? Simple ceremony to placate the shade of Janus. It'll be more than that, thought Paul. And he felt a wrenching sensation within his awareness, as though he were trying to grasp something in motion and render it motionless. Something like almost like a blur that he wants to stop and have a look at, if you like. Chani glided back to Jessica's side, took her hand. Come, Sayadina. We must sit apart. And I've written why. Bear with me a wee second. I'm way ahead of myself here. Hang on. No, yeah, I put why, and I put sideline segregated. I suppose though the women are involved here, but this is we talked about Jessica being silenced and sidelined the other week. And as much as this is Chani's income, we have to sit apart. So we have segregation of male and female here at a I suppose a funeral. So they move off into the shadows, leaving Paul alone, and he feels abandoned. And the men who fix the curtain come up behind him and go, "Come, O soul." using his tribe name. So he allows himself to be guided forward and pushed into the circle. He's pushed into the circle of people who are formed around Stilgar beneath the glow globe. Sorry. And there's a bundled, curving and angular shape gathered beneath a robe on the rock floor. Robes cover a lot of things in this, and robes hide a lot of things in this chapter. 23. Let's see. So the troop crouched down at a gesture from Stilgar, their robes hissing with the movement. Paul settled with them, watching Stilgar, noting the way the overhead globe made pits of his eyes and brightened the touch of green fabric at his neck. Paul shifted his attention to the robe cover mounted at Stilgar's feet, recognized the handle of a balisette protruding from the fabric. I've got some comments about balisets I'd like to make in this in this chapter. Simply put, I think in terms of how well an instrument like a guitar would do in a desert environment is not good at all. I don't think. And especially moving it from heat to cold and heat places with moisture and this kind of thing. And I'm wondering, why is Jamis, if this troop is out moving about the desert, why is he carrying a balisette in the first place? I'd imagine it would be something that he would have left at Siege Tamar, if you see what I mean. Excuse me 1 wee second, folks. I'm going to grab that beer, and the rituals will begin. I'll be right back with you. You're right, Holly Dolly. I'm in the doghouse. Holly's with me tonight, folks, by the way. So there we go. I'm hoping you are still there, by the way. You're very quiet tonight. Somebody's still at home. Actually, hopefully I'm still broadcasting, to be honest with you. Oh, dear. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba. Right. So such a dense chapter here. There we go. Ba-ba-ba. Pour my beer at a 45-degree angle. You avoid a gigantic frothy head. We get one with this anyway, because that's the type of beer it is. There we go. Right. Okie dokie. Still here, I think. Right. So let's see. The rituals begin. Stilgar says, "The spirit leaves the body's water when the first moon rises. Thus it is spoken. When we see the first moon rise this night, whom will it summon?" And the troop, Jamis. Stilgar turns full circle on his heel, gazing at the round of faces as he moves around. Another little part of the ritual. And then Stilgar says, and this is, of course, where we get this, we all know this phrase, "I'm good, Telios, thank you very much." This is the phrase we all know. We've seen a lot of people using this, I think, in light of the film, etc. It's become a bit of a thing. I was a friend of Jamis. We all know it, I suppose. I was a friend of Jamis. When the hot plane stooped upon us at Hole in the Rock, it was Jamis pulled me to safety. I forgot to highlight that word there. Because that is, excuse me, that's a location. There we are. So we're going to get a few Fremen place names here through these comments about being a friend of Jamis. It gives us a little bit of gives us a sense of how they name their sieges, I suppose, or hidey holes, if you want. And if we're into this kind of thing, I'm a big fan of this. I love books with maps, aren't they great? Probably the Hobbit's probably the best map of all time, I think, for any book. But we have this map, and we can, if we're into this kind of thing, we can get a sense of some of these places on it that we're going to hear about. We've already heard of, the Cave of Ridges, the Tuano Basin, Siege Tamar, but we're going to get a few more here. And I don't think they're all on the map, but most of them are, actually. I was having a wee nosy. So let me see. And yeah, sometimes it's a wee bit hard to get a sense of distance in this on this map. It's an unusual map, isn't it? Hole in the Rock, you'll find north. If you have the bat, oh, there we go. I suppose might as well just do it. Hole in the Rock on the map is there, at the northeast point, just outside the first main circle on the map. I suppose it must be the polar line, isn't it? Okay, so I was a friend of Janus. Oh, goodness, I better get back to my page here. That was a bit silly. Let me find it. Goodness, my throat's bearing up quite well tonight. I was really worried about it, folks, that I'd only kind of given it a day to sort itself out, and I thought this is just going to go all night, but we're doing all right. Is Hawk plane a thopter? When the Hawk plane stooped upon us, I'm assuming so. It's some kind of aircraft. But otherwise, I don't know. You see, Hawk plane, yeah, it must be their term for an ornithopter, I think. Yeah, I can't think of it as being anything else, really, unless it's just a normal flying vehicle. But that's what I got the sense of it, Cynthia. I thought it... Chris Gibson saying, it's been a long day, Doc. It has indeed for me. It's been a very long day. It's been a long couple of days. Chris, I hope you're keeping well, by the way. Hello. And Cynthia, is Hawk plane a thopter? My money is yes, Cynthia, pretty much. Against Hawk plane, metaphorical term, I suppose. Yeah, I would go with thopter. Stooped on us upon us at home. It was Janus pulled me to safety. He bent over the pile beside him, lifted away the robe. Okay, we're going to get to see a whole pile of stuff here in a wee second. And of course, I take the robe. He takes the robe I take this robe as a friend of Janus, leader's right. And he drapes the robe over his shoulder and straightening. Now, let's see. Straightening, sorry. Now, Paul saw the contents of the mound exposed. The pale, glistening grey of a still sit. So, this is a whole pile of, I suppose, some of the Frem kit is here. But what we get to see is essentially the personal possessions of a Fremen. And it is quite interesting. And some of them are, little things, I suppose. So I'd imagine that most of these would be common to the Fremen, but some of them are individual. There's the pale glistening grey of a still suit. There's a battered leader job, a kerchief with a small book at its centre, the bladeless handle of the crysknife, and its empty sheath. There's a folded pack with a paracompass, a distrans, a thumper. So we know all this stuff, and this is all part of Frem kit. And then we're told there's a pile of fist-sized metal hooks, small rock, what looks like small rocks in a fold of cloth, a clump of bundled feathers, and of course a balisette. Yeah, and so Paul's thoughts, of course, so Janus played the balisette, and of course this reminds him of Gurney Halleck and all that was lost. Oh, there we go. Let's see. Chris Gibson says, maps. All the best books have one. I read accounts of Monterosa's campaigns and used Google Earth to visit the locations. I've got ancient maps. Chris, and I've never been to Athens, but I have old maps of the city. But I have been to Rome and have used ancient maps to muck around in Rome and find stuff that other people aren't really aware of. Which is great, And I have a friend who went to Athens and I lent him these maps, and he said they were brilliant and were a massive help, which I was quite very happy about, but very envious. Yes, all the best books have one, and particularly, I suppose, what's of interest to me, if we can create maps or use maps, maps have led from books to real discoveries, actually, and I suppose the best one, if you think about it, is Heinrich Schliemann, if I'm pronouncing that correct. I think I'm pronouncing that correctly. Discovering Troy. And of course, personal favorite of mine actually is the Anabasis by Xenophon. People have started following roots of ancient stories and discovering things. There's a thing in the Anabasis about honey that kills quite a few of the men. And it's this seriously hallucinogenic honey. Anybody who doesn't take it is fine. Those who take a little bit basically trip their nuts off, and those who take a lot of it are all found dead in the morning. And it's one of the mystery of this honey has been solved, by the way, following the route of the 10,000. So yeah, all the best books have one. I agree, Chris. A map is a lovely thing. I have something that I could show you here. Well, I've talked a bit about this book, by the way, and I wouldn't dare do this here now. But this is the Cambridge Ancient History, and it's I'm going to be very delicate here, and I'm not going to. But this book is loaded. See what I mean? Very careful. Loaded with ancient maps and alphabets, and there's literally a part of this book that folds out of the book, and it's all these different alphabets and I'm actually no, I dare not. I'm very very precious with it, but I might see if I can. I might see if I can maybe fold them out one day, or maybe take a wee photograph of some of them. And for example, I've got a plan of marathon here, for example, with in exquisite detail, just folding out there. But yeah, maps. My favorite fantasy map, if you like, or not fantasy, but my favorite literary map is the one in The Hobbit. And I suppose I used to play Dungeons and Dragons as a kid and stuff, and I used to draw my own maps and used to love the way that Tolkien did that, you know. If that was, I think he did that map himself, didn't he? Things have changed since Monterose's time, unless they fought at least over the battle at the Weatherspoons. I'm not familiar with Monterose at all. So much in the world. Hang on. Monterose. Can you? Just having a wee nosy here, but I can't see anything. Can you give us a wee bit more info on that, Chris? That sounds. Read accounts of Monterose's campaigns and use Google Earth to visit the locations. Things have changed since Monterose, unless they fought at least one battle in Weatherspoons. So I'm not familiar with them at all, Chris. So it's a blank with me. If you give us a wee bit more info, I'd look it up actually. Monterose. Because I just looked it up, Monterose there, and all I've got is on, unless I'm spelling it wrong. Air Station, Montrose Beach. Let's see. Montrose. Montrose Visitor's Guide to Scotland. Montrose Angus is a town. In Angus, Scotland. Oh, there we go. Right, let's have a wee look. Where do we get to? Yeah, maps. I love maps. And we're going to find a few more bits, as I said, a few more bits and pieces within this as we go. I've tried to sort of make a wee note of them. It's mainly with the people coming up and telling stories about Janus, where he saved them or did something like that, etc. You see. So, and of course, the balisette reminds him of Gurney Halleck and all that was lost. And pardon me, I was just thinking about guitars that warp, and I'd seen something about somebody who owned a guitar, and I think they lived on the west coast of America, and they moved into, I suppose, one of the more deserty parts of America, and all their guitars worked quite badly on them. And apparently, something, yeah, you got to watch the heat. I have to be very careful where I keep my guitars in this house, but guitars warping is not good. If I leave a guitar in the room behind me, it's dead. It'll be doomed. The heat is a big conservatory, so whenever my folks moved into this house, and I was helping them at the time, put all their records in there, and they all melted. They're absolutely heartbroken because I had a numbered edition, if you like, of Queen 1, Queen's first album, Queen 1, and it totally melted. And I have a tiny record collection left today. because they all in the year 2000 we lost all our records in this house due to the heat. Which is a absolutely bizarre thing to think about in Ireland, I suppose. Or Northern Ireland, we're a wee bit colder up here, aren't we? Now, let's see. But yeah, Gurney Halleck and all that was lost. Paul knows with his memory of the future in the past, there's possibilities of meeting Gurney again. But reunions were few and shadowed. If that's the case at this point, it's possible he should know that he's alive. This puzzles Paul. The uncertainty factor touched him with wonder. 720, where are we? There we are, over here, right. The uncertainty factor touched him with wonder. Does it mean that something I will do, that I may do, could destroy Gurney? Or bring him back to life? And he swallowed and shook his head. Yeah, resurrecting the dead is where he's going there. Let's have a wee look. Chris, give me a wee bit more info. Sorry, Doc. James Graham initially supported the Covenanters before siding with Charles Stewart. He entered Scotland with many Irish troops, raising Highlanders and local levies. Right. Okie dokie. Gotcha. James Graham. Doo-doo-doo. No, let's go to Wiki just quickly. Oh, no, that's not him. First, that would be him, wouldn't it? Where I saw Montrose there. James Graham, well, there'll be a lot of them, won't there? James Graham, the first, the second, and third Marquesses of Montrose. Yeah, that's the problem. Chris, thank you very much for that. All of the Marquesses of Montrose have the same name. Captain John, that looks like him. Yeah, it's the first Marquess of Montrose. Was a Scottish nobleman, poet, soldier, Lord Lieutenant, later Viceroy, and Captain General of Scotland. That's why. Joined the Covenanters in the Wars of the Three Kingdoms. Subsequently supported King Charles I as the English Civil War developed. Referred to as the Great Montrose. Thank you very much. I've often said that I suppose I have a reasonable enough knowledge about things, but I used to joke with people that my interest in history kind of stopped around 1066. Though I do have a kind of interest in terms of, I'm not very into military history at all. I suppose things like the Peloponnesian War and the Persian Wars, for example, would be the main wars that I've studied. But my favorite military book is the Anabasis, and it's Xenophon's. Anabasis means march up country, though if some people would point out it's more of a catabasis, a march down, a march into hell, if you like. But if anybody has never read the Anabasis, by the way, folks, here's my problem now, isn't it? Let's see, I still haven't sorted my books. Xenophon, Conversations of Socrates, Persian Act. There we go. I've read this a few times now. This is the Anabasis. It's also known as the Persian Expedition. In fact, there are several Anabases, if you like, following this book, but it became a kind of a trend. So you'll find all sorts of them. But this, I suppose, to me, this is the Anabasis, if you like. Pardon me. But generally known as the Persian Expedition, is the story of the 10,000 and how they're supporting, I suppose, an attempt on the Babylonian throne. And in personal combat, the guy that they're supporting dies right at the very beginning. And they're basically stuck all 2,000 miles behind enemy lines and have to get the heck out of there. And the 10,000 are basically almost half and half. And what a combination. Spartans and Athenians. And wow, what a book. And they're so clever. Yeah. But yeah, I suppose, maps with military books are very, very handy, I suppose. Yeah, I just love maps. I love cartography. Absolutely. I made a few of my own maps as well. I mean, real maps, just for my own use. Hmm. Hmm. Right. Where did we get to? Ba 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 ba. Come up to the coffee. So yeah, yeah. Might I bring Gurney Halleck back from the dead? That's an interesting one. How does he put it there? We're just trying to find my right footnote here. There we go. 27. Or bring him back to life, or yeah. I mean, really, that's taking your messianic sort of thing a bit far, isn't it? Can I bring the dead back to life? Was it? Is it the old joke? Wasn't the film The Warriors based on the book? I believe so. Yeah, Chris, that's an old one, isn't it? That's from the 80s. There's a few. I think there's a few sort of versions of the Anabasis, if you like. It's one of those books that authors can easily disguise and rewrite, if you see what I mean, which happens an awful lot. There we go. Xenophon. The march up country. I said if it was a march down country, it would be a catabasis, wouldn't it? March into hell, as I like to put it. But yes, indeed. Let me see. Literary influence, cultural influence. Anabasis is one of the first unabridged texts studied by students of classical Greek because of its clear and unadorned prose style. It's exceptionally well written, not unlike Caesar's commentary on the war in Gaul for Latin students. Let's see, blah, blah, blah. Literary influence. Yeah, there's Anabasis, a whole bunch of Anabasis, I suppose. Fiction. There you go. Thalata. The sea, isn't it? Harold Coyle's novel, The 10,000. US forces in modern Europe fighting their way across Germany. Paul Davies' novella, Grace, a story. Yeah, there's tons here. The Good Soldier's Fake. The Lost Fleet, John G. Henry's, is partly inspired by the Anabasis. Oh, yeah, there you go. Saul Urich's novel, The Warriors. I think that's from the film. Where we got Empire of Man, March Up Country, March to the Sea, all sorts of stuff there. Wikipedia. Yeah, I mean, and the great thing about the Anabasis is it's a true story. And that's what makes it incredible. And they are a bunch of nuts as far as I love them. They're incredibly. They're full on nutters. From my own point of view, they're not at all, but they are absolutely incredible people. And there is some incredible thinking done by these people. They actually think about trying to figure out a way of getting across. Is it the Tigris? I think it's either the Tigris or the Euphrates, and one of them comes up with an idea of slaughtering the pack animals, taking out the animals' stomachs, blowing them up, gluing them together, blowing them up with air, tying them all together, and creating an inflatable bridge. And seriously, in this book, it's around 400 BC. That's what one of them comes up with, and they all go, "Wow!" And they actually they have a wee sort of powwow about it and come to the idea that it's impractical because they need their pack animals. But I can't remember who it is, but the guy that comes up with this idea for them, they give him a bag of gold and go, what commend him on his thinking. Just wow, and when you read things like that, you go, wow, these guys are really, and as I said, it's a combination of Athenian thought and Spartan might, if you like. And the Spartans still have a reputation. As I said, 300 Spartans would put, give any army the willies, but imagine 5,000 of them with another 5,000 Athenians. Just put the fear of God into you, wouldn't it? These people coming for a beautiful death. Somebody says, I love the Atlas of Middle Earth by Karen Wynne Fonstad circa 1981. Had it as a kid and still bring it out when I read Tolkien. I'm wondering, is the map that I'm thinking of actually done by Tolkien? Let me just see. The Hobbit. I think we were chatting a bit about the Hobbit the other week, and I think I said I think it's a superior book to the Lord of the Rings. I think it's a fantastically well written, tight novel that kids and adults can enjoy. I'm just wondering about the map here. Is it in here? Illustration and design. I really don't know too much about that, but I'm pretty sure that the map was his on the first copy that I ever looked at. Yeah, it would have been, wouldn't it? Let me see. The Hobbit. I mean, Tolkien's paintings are lovely, aren't they? Fantasy card calligraphy details from Tolkien's map. It is indeed the one I'm looking at there. There you go. I just love it. It's exquisite. What does it say here? Just on Wikipedia. Fantasy calligraphy detail from Tolkien's map of Wonderland and the Hobbits. Supposedly a fair copy made by the Hobbit Bilbo Baggins, an illusion reinforced by Tolkien's own charming hand lettering. There you go. Yeah. That's the granddaddy of all fantasy maps for me, is the one from the Hobbit. It's it's beautiful. But yeah, the detail in the maps of Middle Earth, etc. I've never seen the Atlas of Middle Earth. I must keep a wee eye out for it in the library sometime and see if we can just have a quick flick through it, or in a bookshop, I suppose, without buying it. I love maps. So, the ballast set's an interesting thing in this, as I said, but now, again, Stilgar, here we are. Again, Stilgar bent over the mound for Jamas's woman and for the guards. And he takes the small rocks and hooks. That's my handwriting defeating me again. Let me find it. Small rocks and the book, were taken into the fold of his robes. My handwriting is getting worse, folks, with age. And again, the troop intones leader's right. Stilgar, the marker for Jamas's coffee service. We're told it's a flat disc of green metal. It's a token that it shall be given to Usul in suitable ceremony when we return to the siege. Troop repeats, leader's right. And I thought, again, that's interesting. Jamas hasn't brought his... Nobody's brought their coffee sets out here, but Jamas has brought a full-size bala set. And if you're wondering about the desert, regardless of what type of instrument it is, I mean, that's a reasonably small guitar. It's not a dreadnought or anything. It's just a standard. And I don't see that how anybody could be moving about the desert in the way that the Fremen do, all stealthy and all that stuff, carrying a bala set. And at the same time, I don't think an instrument like that would survive in that heat. At all. And it's interesting because I've looked at some of the different types of stringed instruments that you get from desert cultures, if you like, but they're made a different way, I suppose. So just got me thinking about it a wee bit. Especially the way we've seen the bala sets, I suppose. So yeah, the point is, I suppose Jamas isn't carting his coffee service about with him. It'd be a bit impractical, wouldn't it? And again, whenever they get there, there'll be a ceremony to give the coffee set to Paul. Leader's right. So lastly, Stilgar takes the crysknife handle for the funeral plane. And the troop again repeats, for the funeral plane. So we're getting all these intonations and the troop acting almost like a chorus here. Or chorus, well, they are acting as a chorus, aren't they? And it's all ritual. Jessica, across from the circle from Paul, recognized the ancient source of this rite. So she gets the sense of where this comes from. The meeting between ignorance and knowledge, between brutality and culture. It begins in the dignity with which we treat our dead. She looked across at Paul, wondering, will he see it? Will he know what to do? No, I think that's very interesting, actually. Pardon me. For the funeral plane, we'll find that the funeral plane's on the map, by the way, folks. It's just behind the Siege Tabor. So I get the sense that, for the Fremen, obviously the way they dispose of the bodies, etc. What I think is that they take these crysknife handles and place them in this funeral plane, if you like. representing the individuals that are there. I imagine it's something like the mythical elephant's graveyard or something like that. But I suppose that's possibly all that. I don't know. It's hard to get a sense of what's done with the body, isn't it? Within Dune, we know that they take the water, and we don't really get. It's not too sure how they go about it. Actually, maybe that's for later. Of course, we see it wee bit of it in the. I think it's cut out of the original Dune film, but you'll find it in the Alan Smithy cut, and I think you'll find it in the Redux version that's on YouTube, which is very good. Right. So for the funeral plan, yeah, Jessica recognizes the ancient source of this rite, and here are her thoughts. The meeting between ignorance and knowledge, two opposites, brutality and culture, I would argue are not opposites at all, not in this country. It begins in this dignity with which we treat our dead. Will he see it? Will we know what to do? This is a country, Northern Ireland is a place where, I don't know if you know this or not, but people attack graveyards quite a lot here, vandalize them, do all sorts of things to graves because of the Catholic Protestant thing. It's quite horrific, and it's quite offensive to a lot of people. But again, understanding that both of the sides in this country are heavily religious, they desecrate each other's graves. It's appalling, isn't it? But yeah, tells you a lot about a people, I suppose. The meeting between ritual. Is this the meeting between ignorance and knowledge, between brutality and culture? But it begins in the dignity with which we treat our dead. She looks across at Paul, wondering, will he see it? Will we know what to do? And as much as whatever you think of Janus from the previous chapter, and we discussed the man's character, all of that's gone here. Janus is something else in death, has respect. And we see that he actually had a real place within the troop. And I suppose Janus is almost going. It's interesting, I suppose, if you think about how we turn people into saints or mythical heroes or legends or all of this thing. But Janus is simply a highly aggressive, brutal, vicious young man who can't control his anger or his aggression, and it seems to enjoy killing. By the end of this chapter, you'd think he was a saint of some kind, what a guy, what a hero. But I suppose the point is it's not all black and white, is it? And we'll see this in it. Everybody's, I suppose maybe it comes down to don't speak ill of the dead, this kind of thing, if you know what I mean. But will Paul, Jessica recognizes this, will Paul recognize it, I suppose? That's the question. Will he see it, and will he know not what to do? Because it's very easy to cause offense at one of these things. As you probably know, I've just buried my father a few months ago. And if you understand this country, my father's funeral's a bit strange because he insisted on getting a Catholic funeral, but he's not a Catholic, and wasn't a Catholic. And I think we mentioned this a wee bit to use So there's a reason for it, if you see what I mean. But it was a bit funny. And so, of course, the whole Catholic Protestant thing. But had to sort of look into a few things. I'm not Catholic or Protestant, but I don't want to cause offence or, my dad's being his funeral coming from, I suppose, a religion that I'm not familiar with. But I had to find out a few things and, see, check what was going to happen and how to go about it, I suppose. And but it was kind of interesting. And yes, and of course the Catholic Church in question accommodated us very well, and it's a more interesting story from a modern Northern Ireland, I suppose. But things like this don't happen very often. So it's be careful when dealing with funeral rites. It's very easy. Whenever my grandmother passed away, A long, long time ago, we had one of the real mental Christians. That's I suppose it's almost like a cult in this country. They're the snake handlers and stuff, and she came in and sort of we lay the body out in this country, if you know what I mean. People come around and go, "Here's to your health" and all this kind of stuff, if you know what I mean. But we most of the time the body would sit in residence in the house before the funeral, and she came in and started doing all this, and she got thrown straight out of the house. Just get out. And as much as everyone else here is religious, apart from myself, nobody else is behaving that way, and it wasn't respectful in any way. It wasn't that we didn't understand what she was doing; it was just a bit completely over the top and inappropriate. Out the door she went. We call her Agnes Nutter, by the way. That one. You might get the reference. Now, let's see. Pardon me. So, Stilgar. Now, here we go. This is where we'll see this, I suppose. We are friends of Janus. We are not wailing for our dead like a pack of Garvag. There you go. There's a real example, I suppose, of somebody wailing for the dead and they got hoofed. Garvag, I can find no meaning at all for. I'm not sure if anybody's got an idea on it. The only thing that's actually close to it is Garva, which is a very small town near me. But I don't. It's not in. It's not in the terminology of the Imperium. I had a wee look, and I can't. I think it's just like a pack of Garvag. I'm assuming it's something like wheeling over our dead hyenas or wolves or something like that. I don't know. It's not that I'd imagine they would do that either. So I don't know if anybody's got any ideas about Garvag. I've got no meaning, but I'm happy to scribble something in here if anyone can help. So, and throughout this chapter, we get kind of random Fremen popping in and interrupting things and stuff like that. We're not told too much about them. But this one that we've got coming up is what we just described as a grey bearded man to Paul's left stood up. So we've had Stilgars, and here we go. I was a friend of Janus, and he crosses over to the mount and he takes the distrance. When our water went below minimum at the siege of Two Birds, Janus shared. Pardon me. So there's another Fremen location where they've been under siege. Paul's thoughts. Am I supposed to say I was a friend of Janus? Do they expect me to take something from that pile? And it's quite, it's perfectly rational for Paul to think about this because he's just killed this guy. And he sees the faces turned towards him. They expect it. So it's how do I handle this? How do I go about it, I suppose? And probably within Paul's vision, there's probably all sorts of things that he's seen that this could go all sorts of ways. He's got to go about it the right way, I suppose. Another man comes forward. Where are we? Another figure rose from the circle opposite Paul, and as the hooded face came into the light, hang on a second. Oh no, I've jumped ahead of myself. Apologies. A man across from Paul rose, went to the pack, and removed the para compass. So each person is taking something. I was a friend of Janus. We all get this ritual. When the patrol caught us at Bite of the Cliff. I wonder, is that right? And I was wounded. Janus drew them off so the wounded could be saved. He returned to his place in the circle. So there's another heroic act by Janus. Oh, is that Bite of the Cliff? Let me see. Let me have a wheel. I'm wondering, is that a bite? Thank you, Matt. I was just wondering, was that a misprint within my book? It's hard to tell sometimes. There's so many. I was thinking, was it possibly Bright of the Cliff? But excellent. A bite is a geographic formation. Well done. Thank you. And I have written in Bright of the Cliff. There you go. That's my own brain filling in something that's not there. A curve. Excellent. Thank you very much. Dear. I'll add that into my wee notebook. I don't know what I'm going to do with these notebooks when I'm done. I'm going to have a chunk of them. I'll maybe give them to someone or something. We'll see. I don't know. I was reckoning the amount of notes I've written here at the minute that I could have written. I could have written 2 large textbooks back. In fact, I could have written wow. If I turned this into a textbook on Dune, folks, it would be enormous. Yeah, I think we're going to end up with a set of notes, possibly 2 to 3 times the size of the novel. Which is taking me back. I've worn out keyboards on this book. Right, thank you very much, Matt. Excellent. Yeah. By the way, folks, the book is going. We've talked about how well my book is doing. It's starting to go. We've got a full split. In fact, I've got multiple splits going, and the last copy of Dune that I had, no copy of Dune has ever survived me annotating it. And I wasn't sure about this one, but it's still in one piece at the moment. I'm reading through it once, really. So I'm only treating the book, really, apart from writing on it as I read it. I'm only treating it as anybody else would read it, really, I suppose. But it's not going to make it. I wonder, should we maybe have a wee funeral practice? Yes. I Was a Friend of Dune by Frank Herbert at the end of this. We can all say goodbye to the book with reverence, of course. But this novel that I'm reading from, with all of these horrific misprints, so it doesn't really matter, I suppose. I may even have complete character names wrong. It's not going to make it, I don't think. It really isn't. Ah, dear, oh dear. Story at the bite of the cliff. Notice that there are times when the Fremen save their wounded and don't just kill them. Yeah, that's right. Pardon me. I wondered a wee bit about that, Cynthia, as well, especially in terms of wounds and things that they use anticoagulants and stuff like that on their blades and stuff. They must have. Why wouldn't they use that for? Yeah, some things just don't always add up, I suppose. But the whole fact that Jamis is running around with a balisette here doesn't make any sense to me at all. These are the times when the Fremen save their wounded and don't just kill. Yeah, and it's a siege, isn't it? We're told. Where are we? I've jumped ahead of myself. When the patrol. Oh no, sorry, that was the. Where was the? Oh, it was the siege at Two Birds. Apologies. Call us at bite of the cliff, and I was wounded. Jamis drew them off so the wounded could be saved. Yeah. There's always a few wee things in this book that just, but and some are of course, there are plenty of paradoxes within Dune, and they're deliberate ones. But yeah, the whole leaving the blind, for example, to the desert doesn't quite make sense either, does it? Because you're losing their water. And it's the equivalent of death by exposure, if you see what I mean. The ancient practice of exposure, if you understand. Leaving deformed. Spartans would practice this. They throw deformed babies and stuff. Well, it's a common thing in almost every Greek myth. Take this baby and throw it off a cliff, or hang. That kind of thing is not the euphemistic term is death by exposure, if you like. Exposure to the elements. It's often some shepherd will save that child and take them off to another kingdom, etc. That kind of thing. Excellent. Thank you very much, guys. Now, I keep jumping back and forward here and losing my place. Bear with me. Aye, okay, 34. There we are. Oh, hang on. I've gone way, way back. 34. There we are. And of course, this person, so the wounded could be saved. He returned to his place in the circle, and we're told that again the faces turned towards Paul. And nudge, nudge, he's getting nudged. Saw the expectancy in him, lowered his eyes, an elbow nudged him, a voice hissed, "Would you bring destruction on us?" Wow, okay. So, there's a real fear here from the Fremen that in relation to the spirit of the dead, if you like, that if Paul doesn't go about this the right way, it's not just culturally insulting, if you like, which maybe is what the Atreides don't want to happen here. The way the Fremen look at it is something that would bring destruction upon them, possibly an act of hubris or something like that, or something like an act of hubris. Sorry. So Jessica steps. Another figure, we're told, rose from the circle opposite Paul. And as the hooded face came into the light, he recognized his mother. So leading by example, I suppose, here, but maybe if she's not too sure that Paul doesn't know what to do, this is a chance for her to show him. I was a friend of Janus, says Jessica. Oh, she lifts the kerchief, sorry. I was a friend of Janus. When the spirit of spirits within him saw the needs of truth, that spirit withdrew and spared my son. And I think that's really interesting. She returned to her place. Paul recalls the scorn in his mother's voice as she had confronted him after the fight. How does it feel to be a killer? That's going to be the, I suppose, the prompt, if you like. That'll give him a sense of what to do. He's focusing on this. Jessica's response, though, I was a friend of Janus. When the spirit of spirits within him saw the needs of truth, that spirit withdrew and spared my son. She's that's a manipulation of the Fremen here, and she's creating a religious sort. There's almost it's Janus was testing this prophecy, if you like, but it's assisting in the I suppose almost the beatification, if that's the correct word, of Janus. A friend is someone you can take a lesson from because they are valuable to. It's not friendship as shared amity. No, I used to always say that everybody knows something you don't, Matt. That's the because they're valuable. It's not friendship as shared amity. But the friendship within the term, I suppose, in the ritual here, that's the interesting thing. I was a friend of Janus. It's regardless of the combat prior. We get this. This is a standard. This is expressed in this ceremony. Yeah, it's a standard kind of Fremen ceremony, isn't it? But yeah, it's so. Yeah, because Stilgar, prior to this, I've preserved him, but he's he's a good fighter, but he's dangerous. But I suppose if we have a look at when our they're not all about battle, are they? The grey bearded man saying, when our water went below minimum, he shared. He draws off the enemy. Yeah, a bit of an action hero, gives his water to his friends. So there probably is a real sense of friendship within the troop. But they have these people live right on top of each other, if you see what I mean. And it's I think this chapter is really dense, but I really like it. But it's he feels the anger and fear of the troop. Passage. Oh right. Oh here we go. Hang on. Sorry, I've messed this up with my handwriting again. He saw the face turn toward him, felt the anger and fear in the troop. And a passage his mother had once film booked for him on the cult of the dead flickered through Paul's mind, and he knew what he had to do. So his mother's educated on the cult of the dead. He knows what he has to do. I think that's We'll have we chat about that in a second. Let's see. The cults of the dead, I suppose, death cults. We have Samhain in this country, Halloween, as you know it, and we have many death cults in this country. Large numbers of them, secret. And they kind of, some of them masquerade as religions, if you like, but Uh, it's interesting. I would argue that there's all sorts of cults of the dead from, on this planet alone, and there's a vast variation in these things and how different cultures look at their dead. Um, Different cultures bury their dead. There's all sorts of ways of burying people rather than throw them in a hole in the ground. If you see what I mean. IIRC. What is it? Hang on. Aristotle said. Hang on. I have no idea what IIRC means. If I recall correctly, okie dokie, thank you. Sorry, Cynthia, that's just me being a bit crap. Aristotle said, Nicomachean ethics, that friends share salt with each other. Maybe here sharing water has a bond. And well, I suppose sharing common troubles, if you like, as well. Share salt. Well, salt's really important in the ancient world, isn't it? Absolutely. It's a long time since I've read Nicomachean Ethics, Cynthia, and I do have a copy now. I had a lovely. I actually gave it to someone. I think I might have a. Oh yeah, because I actually used to have yeah. I think I probably do have a copy of it around somewhere, but it's not. It's a whole bunch of Aristotle here. Oh no, I'm not going to attempt to look for it. But I used to have a really good translation of it, and it's gone. I think I gave it to somebody. But yeah, it's worth a read. Salt's an interesting thing. Old stories about treasure maps in the ancient world leading to great treasure in deserts, and of course, is it money? No, big pile of salt. This kind of thing. Seriously, if you're in a desert culture, salt is absolutely essential to life. And I suppose the interesting thing in Dune is that we don't hear much about it, do we? Because particularly I suppose I'm assuming that there's salt reclamation within the still suit, possibly, but it really focuses on water heavily rather than salts as well. Sharing water has a bottom. Yeah, absolutely. Well, I think so. I think sharing water is really important here, and especially if you look at we were told in the previous chapter about field rates. That it's not a smart thing to sort of ask for water if you like. Well, I suppose it's meant to encourage water discipline, isn't it? Matt says ceremonial burial is the act of a society that has advanced enough to have resources to spare. Nothing grows from a dug grave. We'll see how this is significant in the next chapter. Seated above the salt, I think, dates from medieval times. There's all sorts of stuff to do with salt, and some of it's apocryphal, if you see what I mean. The Romans salting the ground outside of Carthage, which I believe didn't happen. But yeah, salt's fascinating. I love, yeah. Dune, don't remember which Dune book this appears in, but there are salt pans in the deep desert suggesting that there were once oceans on the planet. It's in Dune. Yeah, it starts with Liat Kynes, isn't it? Or is it Pardo? I can't remember, but it is in the first book, I think, Cynthia. Salt of the earth. Yeah, salt's very interesting. But I'd argue if you live in a desert culture or in a hot culture, particularly in the ancient world, salt is as important as water, almost. This is where we get the word salary from, isn't it? Not that but it's a misconception that the Roman soldiers were paid in salt. By the way, they weren't. But you had to have a bit of salt. Isn't that correct? Let me have a look at that. Salary. The word salary. The other etymology. Here. I should just type that out. But yeah, from salarium, salt. Everybody's salary. You've got whatever your salary is. It was originally to do with salt, but salarium would be wages as well. But yeah, I think I seem to remember. I'm not too sure about this, but I think that that's kind of responsible for a myth. And we talked about how do you pay your army, but I'm not sure about this, but I recall hearing it sometime that I think a lot of people thought that the Roman army got paid in salt for some reason. You wouldn't do too much fighting for salt, would you? Yeah, salt pans in the deep desert, suggesting there were once oceans on this planet. Just thinking, because as you sweat, you lose salt, don't you? So as much as the still suit reclaims water, you need to reclaim your salts too. Ba, 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 ba. So, your precious fluids. I'm always on this about my son. My son doesn't drink enough water, believe it or not. But I'm not to say anything about it, but he's just in terms of his health, he needs to drink more water than most people, just a little bit more. And he often gets dehydrated and pulls muscles and stuff. I'm always at him, just drink more water. And he's taken this up actually. He's very good at it. He drinks. He's well into drinking his water these days. The cult of the dead. Cults of the dead are fascinating, folks. They're incredible. And of course, your Halloween kind of comes from this country, basically, doesn't it? And Halloween, of course, but we have it as Samhain, isn't it? Yes, indeed. Celtic harvest festivals. Samhain, by the way, is you'll see it spelt Samhain, by the way, but you just drop the MH. It's Samhain, if you like. And that's Halloween. And the city of Derry, it's in this country, I suppose, has a big Halloween festival now. It's very much associated with the city of Derry. Some people call it Derry, some people call it Londonderry in this country, and it's a thing that will identify you as a Catholic or Protestant, by the way. So I call it the city of Derry, or Derriere, as in French for arse, basically. But yeah, and if you understand language in Northern Ireland, if you want to play with people, the name of the city of Derry is one way of doing it. If you want to manipulate them and make them think that you're something else than you're not. In this country, if you say, do you know the way to Derry, you've just identified yourself as a Catholic. If you say, do you know the way to Londonderry, you've identified yourself as a Protestant. It's as simple as that. And whenever people talk about this city on the news here, the newscasters go Derry. They actually say both, to the point where it's become a joke. It's just ridiculous. So I call it Derriere. Like to set myself apart from everybody here, for we are a breed apart, aren't we? Okie dokie. Yeah. So he knows what he has to do. Here we go. Paul gets to his feet. Pardon me. And there's an audible sigh of relief around the circle, and he felt the diminishment of his self as he advanced into the center of the circle. It is as though he lost a fragment of himself and sought it here. He bent over the mound of belongings, lifted out the balisette. A string twanged softly as it struck against something in the pile, like a resonant chord or something like that. I don't know if anybody's ever seen the martial arts, the Jet Li film Hero. The way it begins with the guy playing the Chinese liar? Is it? What a really interesting film that is. If anybody hasn't seen it, I don't have all my DVDs are down somewhere else. Hero, isn't that what it's called? What an exquisitely beautiful film. Let me see. Bear with me a wee second, folks. I know Jet Li's in it. And Zhang Zi, isn't it? I don't know who directed it. Apologies. Let me have a look. Hero is a 2002 Wuxia film directed, co-written and produced by Zhang Yimou, starring Jet Li, Tony Leung, Chi Wai, Maggie Chung, Zhang Zi, Donnie Yen, and Chen Daoming. Absolutely incredible film. So beautiful. Really beautiful. And it has I suppose it's a bit like Rashomon, isn't it? It's a wee bit retelling certain stories, but it's a very clever film. One of the prettiest films I've ever seen, and the action in it is incredible. But the beginning of it is the music being played. It's check it out if you see what I mean. Stroke City. Hmm. You've lost me there, Chris. Suitable something. Context. Stroke City. Pardon me. I have to say that there's no windows in this room at all, and when I smoke, it just appears. I only take a wee puff and put it back down. But it gets a bit smoky in here. There's no way of venting. Okay. Felt the diminishment of himself as though he lost a fragment of himself and sought it here. String twang softly as something. Tears burned his eyes. Here we go. 37. Oh, so yeah, there's a real audible sigh. The Fremen are really relieved here. I was a friend of Jamis, Paul whispered. He felt tears burning his eyes, forced more volume into his voice. Jamis taught me that when you kill, you pay for it. I wish I'd known Jamis better. And I suppose, I says, blindly he groped his way back to his place in the circle and sank to the rock floor. And of course, this is the really important thing here: tears. And he's a friend of Jamis. When you kill, you pay for it. But I wish I'd known Jamis better. I think you get the sense that if he had known Jamis better, if you know, and we get this from the Dune film, don't we? I think the David Lynch, not the David Lynch, sorry, the Denis Villeneuve thing takes maybe that and runs with it. Is that Stroke City or salt? Is that what you're talking about, Chris? Is that where I'm too much salt? So of course the tears here, shedding water. A voice hissed. He sheds tears. It's taken up around the ring. So gives moisture to the dead. Felt fingers touch his damp cheek. Heard the odd whispers. And of course, they're using his troop name here. Jessica, hearing the voices, felt the depth of the experience. Realized what terrible inhibitions there must be against shedding tears. She focused on the words, he gives moisture to the dead. It was a gift to the shadow world. Tears, they would be sacred beyond a doubt. A gift to the shadow world. The depth of the experience. Terrible. What terrible inhibitions there must be against shedding tears. You wonder how Fremen deal with babies and things like that. Oh, got you, Chris. Sorry. No worries, Doc. I've heard it referred to as Stroke City. Derry, Stroke, Londonderry. The stroke is what divides the two names. Got you. Yes. Sorry, I just thought it was stroke. I thought it was, and then too much salt and all. Oh, heart attacks and strokes. Sorry. Sometimes I'm trying to go with the book and pop back in to see what people are saying. I'm not sure if I've jumped ahead or something. Yes, indeed, Stroke City. That's correct. I've heard that as well. What was it? My all-time favorite. What was it? I accidentally I used the word stroke once, trying to describe a film. And what's the film? What was the film? Bear with me a second. I think I can remember the name. Was it Wachowski brothers siblings film? Let me see. It is right. All right. The film I'm thinking on, Chris, is Bound, the 1996 film by the Wachowski siblings. Is that their? Yeah, that's their debut. Jennifer Tilly and Joe Pantoliano. Joe Pantoliano. No, I said it right the first time, didn't I? Joe Pantoliano and Gina Gershon. If you know the film I'm talking about, somebody asked me. I said it was quite a good movie, whenever I watched it at the time. And somebody asked me, what's it about? And I says, well, it's kind of like a lesbian stroke action film. And it was the lesbian stroke action, I suppose. It was just the wrong way to describe the film. If you see what I mean. And it's not a good description of the film at all. But I went stroke action, and then of course lesbian stroke action. Oh dear, not one of my finer moments, Chris, I suppose. Kind of almost a four candles thing, if you know what I mean. Yeah, I got you. Yeah. I think what they're saying. I think that there's meant to be an official name that's meant to be not. I don't know if this is true or not. But I honestly pass caring. But I think officially they decided to call it the City of Derry to stop this, but nobody calls it the City of Derry, so it's just Derry stroke Londonderry. The county it's in is Londonderry, by the way, as well. So it causes all sorts of nonsense. But how you say the name of that city in this country identifies you to stupid people as one thing or another. And as I've said to you, this is called the tell, by the way. In this country, we have a thing called the tell, and it's simply put, depending on how you speak, someone will identify you as Catholic or Protestant. And you can see why I can cause absolute havoc with this, and often do. I had to, I caused a big brawl in one place once over somebody betting that they could tell whether I was Protestant or Catholic. Over a matter like this, and it was we were actually playing a gig there, and at a place I'll say where it was, and my guitar player, who's kind of pretty much Protestant, said, "What the are you doing, Ross?" And I went, "I don't care," and I basically, so they bet me that I was a Catholic. I went, "No, give me my money." And then they bet that I was he's Protestant. No, give me the money. And it ended up that they all started fighting over me, and I just left the place. And it was very funny. I do like messing with people's misconceptions in this country, but it's called the tell here. And it's a linguistic cue that if you say a word a certain way, Protestants and Catholics do this, they'll identify you as one thing or the other, That's the old joke. I'm Jewish, well, you're a Protestant Jew or a Catholic Jew. We had that one last week, isn't it? Are you a Protestant atheist or a Catholic atheist? It's exactly right. And the priest that did the funerary thing for my father assumed he had to be told real hard, because I've discovered my father's funerals on YouTube. Not that anybody bothered to tell us, and it's a wee bit tasteless, to be honest. But the church that he was buried in puts up this stuff, and you can't comment on it. They don't monetize it, but it's still a wee bit shocking to find out. But the Catholic priest that ran the service for my father is from India, and India is a country that suffered heavily under British oppression, I suppose. And he couldn't understand that that we're not Catholic or Protestant at all, and it had to be explained to him because he was being what I would call sectarian. Simply as that. And he's a nice wee man, and he was just a bit ignorant of Northern Ireland. But in fact, everybody's ignorant in that way, that they think we're all Protestants and Catholics, and we're not. And I think the Catholic Church is losing its grip on certainly in the Republic of Ireland anyway these days. But it was interesting just to see this bias coming in from the church that as much as we're saying we're not Catholic, he's assuming that we're Protestant. We go, no, we're not. And then he started to. You wouldn't believe actually what he said, Matt. To be honest with you, I'll not repeat it on this program. But he was discussing Catholics, Protestants, Jews, and Muslims, and he was absolutely deluded. And don't get me wrong, I educated him a wee bit, but he was a nice wee man. But it's I suppose one of these things where he is originally from India and he's come to Northern Ireland, and oh dear. But it's interesting. I suppose that the funny thing I always point out is that India and Ireland have an awful lot in common, all the way back to ancient times, and actually to our relationship with the British Empire as well. But yeah, it's the same joke, Matt. You can tell that joke every time you like. Just substitute a different word for Jewish. You go atheist, Muslim, I'm a Protestant Muslim or a Catholic Muslim. You see what I mean? It is the thinking here, or rather the lack of it, if you see what I mean. Mm. But yeah, so we get very, this could have gone quite badly wrong, I suppose, if you like. And Paul does understand this, and so does Jessica. But it goes a wee bit further than this. He's crying, and it's a genuine reaction, isn't it? As it how do the Fremen? You all right, Holly? Love? You okay? Do you want it? Bear with me one wee second, folks. Are you okay? Do you want up there, or do you want it? Yeah, okay. Have a wee seat. Oh dear. I've got one of my doggies in here tonight, and she's being an absolute angel. She really is. I think Noodles is out with the wife, but you alright, Big Love? They're all a wee bit subdued, our dogs as well, because we lost a wee doggy too. Mm-hmm. Religions are funny things, aren't they? He sheds tears. Usul gives moisture to the dead, etc. A gift to the shadow world. Shades, tears sacred beyond a doubt. Sacred. They're emphasizing. I mean, the things that Paul's doing here, we have to kind of wonder: is he picking the right choice out of his prescient, vision, if you like? Nothing, and this is the point. Here we go. This is the really important thing here for Jessica. Nothing on this planet had so forcefully hammered into her the ultimate value of water. Not the water sellers, not the dried skins of the natives, not still suits or the rules of water discipline. Here, there was a substance more precious than all others. It was life itself, and entwined all around with symbolism and ritual. Water. I touched his cheek, someone whispered. I felt the gift. This should start telling you an awful lot about the Fremen. And in fact, I would argue, folks, this chapter tells us an awful lot about the Fremen. It tells us an awful lot about Jessica as well. And as much as we've been admiring Jessica quite a bit throughout this book, and this is the chapter where I personally cease to admire her and look at her in exactly the same way as I look at Leto, the first. We'll see why as we go through here, but she'll say, well, her thoughts will give us hints of some quite appalling things, really, here, and what they're about. At first, the fingers touching his face frightened Paul. So we both, him and Jessica, have a little bit of fear in this chapter. He clutched the cold handle of the balisette, feeling the strings bite his palm. And I was wondering about that. What sort of stringed instrument where it has a handle where you're touching the strings? Then he saw the faces beyond the groping hands, the eyes wide and wondering. Presently the hands withdrew. The funeral ceremony resumed. But now there was a subtle space around Paul, a drawing back as the troop honoured him by a respectful isolation. The ceremony ended with a low chant. Here we go. I was just read this from the book. Full moon calls thee. Shai Hulud shalt thou see. Red the night, dusky sky, bloody death didst thou die. We pray to a moon, she is round. Luck with us will then abound. What we seek for shall then be found in the land of solid ground. Okay. Yeah, I often wonder about Herbert's poetry, if you like. Full moon calls the again. We'll see that the idea of the shade, if you like, of the human, of the victim, of the body, leaves at a certain point to do with the moons. Shai Hulud shalt thou see. Full moon calls thee, Shai Hulud shalt thou see. Your God, is it? We pray to a moon, she is round. It's interesting that there are many aspects to the Fremen's religion. A bulging sack, we're told, remained at Stilgar's feet. He crouched to place his palms against it. Someone came up beside him, crouched at his elbow, and Paul recognized Chani's face in the hood shadow. Now, water measurement. Here we go. This is interesting. Why is my page sticking together? Oh, must have spelled something icky on it. Oh, I know what that is. Okay, so Janus's water. Janus carried 33 litres and 7 33 drams of Atreides water. I bless it now in the presence of Sayadina Akiri. This is the water Philisin and Fallace, of Paul Muad'Dib. Kivi a Kavi, never the more, Nakalas, to be measured and counted. Ikir an. Did I spell that one right? Hang on. 43. Ugh, my handwriting, I hate it. Don't think it. Yes, Ukir an. Sorry, I didn't read that correctly. It's just I've drawn an arrow over it and I've obscured my word. By the heartbeats, Jan of our friend Jamis. Oh, goodness gracious. Seems to me that tears were a normal reaction at facing the humanity of who he killed. Absolutely. The point that we'll get back to this wee bit. The point, I suppose, Babs, is I think it's the point that Jessica makes. She, as much as we totally get that. That's part of our journey with Paul. That it's totally normal to cry at something like this. I had a good cry today. Not ashamed to admit it about my dad and my dog. My dad's dog. I have them periodically, and it's part of the grieving process. I'm not ashamed of it anyway, and it's totally natural to cry. I gush at a good sad film. I think I've told you this. I'm that typical big, the cinematic trope of the big man who's meant to be, he cries and is so emotional at the most slightest thing. It's quite a common thing in a lot of Studio Ghibli films. But I'm like that. I'll gush. I'm a very emotional person. My wife doesn't cry much at all. But absolutely, it got me thinking. What do the Fremen do with babies' tears? Do they collect them? This kind of thing. There's all sorts of reasons to cry, and you can, even crying involuntarily. I suppose the weather's we've had a full-on, very bright day here, followed by really full-on heavy rain showers. Irish rain type 62 is very heavy. And going out afterwards, I had to get my sunglasses on. It's that bright outside, But yeah, it's a perfectly normal reaction, but not to these people. And as Jessica points out, what terrible inhibitions there must be against shedding tears. How do they train their children not to cry? It's something about the Fremen that they must be really. Of course, we're told that their children are killers as well, aren't they? It's an interesting one, isn't it? Within that passage, folks, holy crap! This passage tied me up for a long time. In terms of trying to figure out what all this stuff means. And I ended up kind of getting clobbered a bit by Frank Herbert. Okay, let's see what I figured out. And all of this kind of is irrelevant, I think. Let's run through this again. I bless it now in the presence of a Sayadina Akeri. This is the water. Philisin fallacy of Paul Muad'Dib. Kiva Akavi. Never the more. Nakelas. To be measured and counted, Ukir an, by the heartbeats, Jan of our friend Jamis. Now, on the next, just ahead a wee bit, we're going to get, I'm jumping ahead a wee bit, but Jessica's going to explain Jan for us. At this point, as I said, I do my notes moving forward as if I'm reading the book just like you guys, so I'll scribble things down, and then if I find myself corrected in the next page. But Jan is Let me see. I actually had a different meaning for it. Armenian for my dear. And that made sense to me from my dear of our the dear friend, if you like, dear of our friend. That's the way I went, but it means go go go, as Jessica tells us here. So let me see what I could figure out. So Jan Jan's Armenian for my dear, but not in this context. And as we'll find out, to be measured and counted Ukiran by the heartbeats go 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 of our friend. So Jessica will pick out some of these words, but most of it should remain a mystery. I got Ukiran is Malay for engraved or carved. Doesn't really make any sense. Ukir is to carve, to make, to inscribe, etc. Gillison, I have is Finnish for I filled in. Nicola, sorry, Nakala from Nicholas is Swahili, tales and tradition. And I really did my best to sort of hunt down a lot of these words, and I ended up writing down this is not good. What you thought, not, but it didn't end up imparting any real meaning within some of these things. Oh, Kiva Akabe is kiwi fruit and coffee, by the way, and so I just went, oh, do you know what? I think that yeah, this is more some of this stuff, and maybe he's grabbing these words from somewhere, but apart from Jan Jan Jan, which means go go go, as Jessica will tell us in a minute. I didn't get the sense that the words that we have here from the real world are actually meaning what they mean in this chapter, which is rare in Dune. That, to be honest with you, whenever we find words, off I go. Let's hit the etymology bandwagon. Let's explore language. Let's explore culture, because there's so much of that in Dune. To find a whole bunch of this where it doesn't really mean that much, and almost none of these are in the. I'm pretty sure none of them are in the back of the book in the terminology of the Imperium. But essentially, let's have a wee look at it. I bless it in the presence of the Sayadina. This is the water of Paul Muad'Dib, never the more to be measured and counted by the heartbeats. Go, 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 if you like, of our friend Jamis. So, it's one of those. It's probably the one passage that we've hit in Dune where we've got a range of linguistic terms and none of them actually mean what they should mean. That's a first. So I'm often quite thorough about these words because I think they help the reader a lot if we can understand them. Not all of them are in the back of the book. Herbert picks and chooses. I often wonder because I've got these gigantic 7-language dictionaries here that are really old. Let me see, for example, I often wondered, did Herbert use, there you go, Webster's Third New International Dictionary and 7-language dictionary. It's a heavy book. And the writing on them is, oh, I love these. These were a gift, by the way. I could never, they're apps. See, we got the German. Oh, you know what? My hands are a mess. These books actually are a wee bit sore for me to hold up. They're that heavy, but as you can see there, 7-language dictionary. If you have to wonder how Herbert sort of figured out a lot of this stuff. I imagine it's probably something like these books, or else just working with different linguistic dictionaries. I think. But there we go. It's one of those passages. As soon as we back up a bit, he carried 33 liters and 7.33 drams of the tribe's water. I'll explain dram in a wee second, folks. But yeah, that was a wee bit that just got me caught up. So, which is a pity actually, because I wasted an awful lot of time there. Dear, oh dear. Right. In an abrupt and profound silence, Chani turned and stared at Paul. And presently she said, "Where I am flame, be thou the coals. Where I am dew, be thou the water." Baila Kapha intoned the troop. And I suppose when you read that first, you think that she's saying this to Paul, but yes, it's part of the ceremony. And then Chani says, "To Paul Muad'Dib goes this portion. May he guard it for the tribe, preserving it against careless loss. May he be generous with it in time of need. May he pass it on in his time for the good of the tribe. By La Kaifa, sorry. And yet again, this ritual, this religious intonation of everything with the water here, so important. And again, Paul said, I must accept that water. you know, Paul thought, slowly he rose, made his way to Chani's side, Stilgar stepped back to make room for him, and he took the balisette gently from his hand. Kneel, Chani said, and Paul knelt. She guided his hands to the water bag, held them against the resilient surface. With this water the tribe entrusts thee. Janus is gone from it. Take it in peace. She stood, pulling Paul up with her. We're told that. So this is water rings we're going to find out about. Chani took the largest ring. Oh, sorry, jumped ahead. So Stilgar returns the balisette, extended a small pile of metal rings in one palm. And Paul looked at them, seeing the different sizes and the way the light of the glow globes reflected off them. So this is water rings. And again, water in all things, religion, death, all of this stuff. Water is currency here, and this is how we carry it about, I suppose. Water rings. With this, all right. So Chani took the largest ring and held it on a finger. 30 liters, she said. Now, I don't know about you. 30 liters, I'd imagine, would be quite heavy. To be held on one finger. So 30 liters, she said. One by one, she took the others, showing each to Paul, counting them. 2 liters. This is a 1 liter one. 7 water counters of 1 dram each. 1 water counter of 3 30-second drams. In all, 33 liters and 7 and 3 30-second drams. And she held them up on her finger for Paul to see. Do you accept them? Stilgar asked. Paul swallowed, nodded, yes. And of course, Chani says, later I will show you how to tie them in a kerchief so they won't rattle and give you away when you need silence. She extended her hand. And of course, this is the interesting bit, I suppose, within this. Paul's response here is quite good. Very quickly, before we go to his response, drachm, if you like, or dram. Let's talk about that. A dram is 1/8 of an ounce. Imperial measurement, or what you would call 60 grains. A dram is also, of course, an ancient coin from the Hellenistic, from the Hellenistic period, but from Attica, I suppose, and becomes the drachma, if you know what I mean. I think it's still part of a currency in Greece, isn't it, today? I don't know. Or is Greece use the euro? I don't know. Let me have a look. Greece currency is the euro now, isn't it? Oh, no. Yes, it is, I suppose. That's the pity about European money. Some of it used to be pretty cool. I don't know if any of you, before the euro turned up, if you ever saw Dutch money, for example. Beautiful. Absolutely, like little pieces of art. Absolutely gorgeous, the notes. So, yeah, they use the term 7 and 33 seconds drams here. In terms of that, within the Roman term, I suppose, that term should probably be minims, I believe, because I think there are 60 minims in a dram. And I think that's Herbert just playing a bit with language there. But anyway, a dram is an old coin. And in this country, of course, with I suppose in Ireland and Scotland we would say, "Do you fancy a wee dram, a wee snifter, a wee?" But a dram is Oh, we always say "wee" with. Would you like a wee big whiskey or a wee large one? If you know what I mean. The word "wee" goes with everything in this country, unfortunately. Well, or fortunately, I think actually it's a very good thing. We use it all the time. But a wee dram's a wee whiskey, if you like, or a wee drink. Mm. So, do you accept them? Yes. Later, I will show you how to tie them in the kerchief so that they won't rattle and give you away when you need silence. She extends her hand. And Paul says, "Will you hold them for me?" And Chani turns a startled glance at Stilgar. Huh? And he smiled. He thought, this is funny. Paul Muad'Dib, who is Usul, does not yet know our ways, Chani. Hold his water counters without commitment until it's time to show him the manner of carrying them. Water counters, I think that's maybe that they're tokens again, maybe. I'm not sure. Chani nods and takes a ribbon of cloth, links the rings onto it, and stuffs them into a sash beneath her robe. So, of course, Paul think I missed something there, Paul thought, and he could sense the humour around him. And his mind linked up to a prescient memory. Water counters offered to a woman. Courtship ritual. You alright there, big love? You okay? Do you want me to fix that for you? Bear with me a wee second. My doggy's trying to sort her blanket out. There you go. Oh, there. Get down there. How's that? Lift your paw. There you go, big love. Have a seat. You okay? That's a good sofa. You alright? Oh, hello. What are you at? Sorry, bear with me a wee second. Do you need out, big love? Huh? You just come on to say hello. What would you like? Do you want out? Yeah? Yeah? Okay. 1 second, folks. Here. Where's Randy? You do it fine. There you go. Ooh. You okay? Do you want it? No. Okay. Oh, doggies. Sorry about that, folks. Oh, I'm not sure she wanted out, actually. She's just mucking about there. I do apologise. Let's see. Yeah, so is water counters offered to a woman courtship ritual. And there is a bit of humour about this. It seems, and of course, they missed something there, something that he didn't catch in his prescient memory, but his mind links it up to one afterwards. So, indeed, it looks like by offering, this is why they're having a bit of a giggle about it. It's a bit like a marriage proposal, isn't it? Courtship ritual. And again, water. If you wish to court a woman in the Fremen, ask her to keep your water rings. Chani's startled glance at Stilgar. He smiles. I think it's funny. It's a nice wee moment within this quite heavy chapter, I suppose. So Stilgar calls for the water masters. And the troop arose in a hissing of robes. 2 men step out and lift the water bag. Stilgar takes the glow globe and leads them away into the depths of the cave. Paul's pressed in with Chani and the troop, and he feels the troop's lift of spirits. They're all happier. There's a hushed air of expectancy. Well, he hasn't brought, destruction upon them, I suppose, which is what they thought he might do if he didn't take something or participate here. So Jessica, we're told, is also pulled into the troop. Eager hands. By eager hands, where are we? So it's my bad handwriting again. And she's hemmed around by jostling bodies and suppressed a moment of panic. There we go. We talked about this earlier. You okay, big love? Oh, excuse me. Sorry, one folks. She did need out. 1 wee second. Come on. That's your. Good girl. There you go. Well, doggy's gotta go, a doggy's gotta go, eh? Sorry, folks. Let's see. Yes, 51. Jessica. Yeah, another. Earlier, we have little moments of fear for both of them here, but this is a little moment almost of panic. She suppressed it. A moment of panic. She had recognized fragments of the ritual, identified the shards of Jacobsa and Botany Jib in the words, and she knew the wild violence that could explode out of these seemingly simple moments. Yes, indeed. Shards of Jacobsa and Botany Jib, the suggestion that within these rituals there's more than one language, more than one culture. Botania, in this case, I would imagine refers to Bhutan, which is the wee sort of Himalayan country. That's the only thing I can really think of there. She knew the wild violence that could explode out of these simple moments. Understand that very well. Like a child's game that had lost all inhibition in adult hands. It's a very good way of putting it, isn't it? Jam, 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 she thought, go, go, go. Sorry, just before that, there's that translation. So we don't really get any of the other words. As I said, and I actually thought a couple of those translations seemed to make sense in terms of that, but they don't make sense within the actual passage that we were talking about previously with Chani. So, has Paul just got engaged to Chani accidentally? Stilgar says, "You don't worry, it's not. He doesn't know our ways." Yeah, that's an interesting way of putting something. It was like a child's game that had lost all inhibitions in adult hands. So here we go. Stilgar stopped at a yellow rock wall and pressed an outcropping, and the wall swung silently away and opens along an irregular crack. And I've just put, this is very secret passages and a little bit of, this kind of stuff always reminds me on Alibaba and the 40 Thieves, this kind of thing, if you know what I mean. Very, just a bit Arabian Nights, I think. And it's the thing of wonder, isn't it? We love secret passages and mysteries and this kind of thing in these kind of books. Well, I do personally, little sense of mystery. I'll catch up with your comments a wee second, folks. In fact, I'll have to bring my doggy in, and then I'll catch up one wee sec. Sorry about all this running. You okay, big love? Good girl. Who's a good girl? There we go. Good girl. Are you coming in? You coming to join me? Go. That's a good girl. There you go. Belly scratch. Belly scratch. Stop sticking your tongue out at me. There we go. Sorry, it's just getting a bit cold here. And I'm getting a bit of attention from our Holly here. Holly Holiday. Who's a good girl. Here, I was going to catch up with your comments for a wee second. Sorry. It says the tears were normal. Yeah. Carlos Chryselius. Hi, Carlos. The fireman courtship ritual reminds me of the story of the Indian Tlaloc, who was shown kindness by a Spanish girl. By the native customs, she was then his wife, so he took her with him. Didn't end well for him. Okay. I don't know this story. Love stories. Let's have a look. Clock. Is the supreme god of the rain for pre-Hispanic Mexican culture. Tlaloc was also a deity. Mythological. Gods in the Aztec religion. Is that who we're talking about? And there's Vela, if I'm pronouncing your name correctly, Vela had just a hello comment. Glad I caught you live again. Oh, this is live again. As if I'd come back from the dead. Thank you very much, Vela. Thank you very much for joining us, and you, Carlos. Didn't end well. The Fremen courtship ritual reminds me of the story of the Indian Tlaloc. Was shown kindness by a Spanish girl. Oh, this must be something different then, is it? Native customs. She was then his wife, so he took her with him. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba. Where did we use time? Oh, I'll have a wee look at that at some point. If that's what sort of I'm absolutely fascinated by the. It doesn't matter to me. It doesn't matter what your culture is. If you've got an epic or a saga, I want to read it. It's as simple as that. And I wonder if I'll ever get through them all. You know, I doubt it very much in my life, but I love them, and I think they're. I'm not too sure of the story you're talking about, Carlos, but I'll try and look it up. Um, mm, but yeah, I don't know too much about Aztec and Mayan mythology, etc. There's been some interesting archaeological finds very recently. I think we talked about that child that was found with the skull helmet made of other children's skulls. I think I was talking about it recently. An absolute game changer in terms of here what we're looking at today: funerary practices. Never seen anything like it in my life. It's incredible. You'll find it in one of my videos actually. Can't remember, but if you look it up, it's incredible. Cynthia says earlier when Paul was deciding to speak, the Fremen hisses, "Would you bring the destruction on us?" Note the definite article. There is a particular kind of destruction at stake in this ritual. I, I went with it as some kind of. I get what you're saying, Cynthia. It is it's. I think I said I got the sort. Now it was the wrong word to use, if you see what I mean. But the destruction that you're talking about, almost like hubris. If you know what I mean, if you commit hubris, and well, from the Greeks, if you like, if you commit hubris, you're done. The gods will crap all over you and probably drive you mad and then kill you. It's an arrogance, isn't it? Hubris to act like a god. Not the same thing here, but it's certainly a spiritual or religious fear. And you have to argue that the Fremen, I don't think, fear physical death, if you see what I mean, that kind of thing. I think it's a spiritual fear that they have there. That particular type of destruction, if you see what I mean, that they're referring to. I don't know what you think. Anybody else? But that's what I like. You're damning us. This will cause damnation. That's what I got the sense of it, that it was an affront to the spirit world, or else maybe you'll bring the destruction on us. I suppose also that I get the sense that what's that again? Maybe will we be haunted by a shade, a ghost, tormented by things from the underworld? It's certainly got a supernatural and superstitious element to it, I think. But it's a bit, just not participating in a funerary practice will bring utter destruction upon it. And you're this guy's killer as well. You killed this guy. It is bizarre, but it's the Fremen and the harshness of their life on this planet. That I suppose their traditions have evolved this way, But yes, it's and yeah, I mean, he really is the Fremen in this are and even if we think about, I'm a friend of Janus. Going back a wee minute here, folks. If we think about, there's a whole troop of people here. Stilgar speaks first, then it's the grey-bearded man, then there's another man, then Jessica, and then Paul. There's quite a lot of people that you kind of get. I don't know about you, Cynthia, and everyone else out there, but I got the sense that they kind of almost wanted Paul to go pretty quickly. If you know what I mean, right at the beginning, Stilgar as leader goes first. He's leading the ceremony, but only a couple of people have gone and taken something and spoken up at that point. It's I imagine that how many are there? Is there 30 or 40 of the Fremen in this troop? Pardon me. We get their numbers from, I think, Jessica in the previous chapter, don't we? I can't remember. I think I had 30 or 40 of them, but yeah, it is a bit. But at the same time, it's the way Frank wrote it, I suppose, isn't it? But yeah, the superstition of the Fremen's really important here, and we're getting to see it. We're about to see a little bit more of it here if I find my place. Yeah, here we go. 52. So just on from this. Yeah, as I said, this is the bit that I think is quite a wee bit Alibaba's, a bit 1001 Nights. I love these kind of secret passages and the rocks opening and all of this kind of thing. If anybody hasn't seen it, by the way, I caught 3,000 Years of Longing, the new George Miller film, the director of Mad Max, and it's so Arabian Nights. It's absolutely brilliant. I loved it. I highly recommend it. Check it out, folks, if you can. It's really, really good. Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen I suppose, a Western film that had such a sense of, and it's a modern film that has a sense of the Arabian Nights about it. I really enjoyed it. I recently solved a multi-year mystery. Oh, do tell, Matt. That's kind of interesting. I got the answer to a 13-year-old problem recently as well, and I was not happy with it. Well, I got the truth. Who pooped my pants out? Was it you? I was the shark, that kind of thing. I don't know. Oh, someone else pooped my pants. Right. Well, how did they get away with that? Were you wearing them at the time? That's what's confusing me. Oh, but do tell, how did you? What was the What was the solution to the mystery? Someone else pooped my pants. It's bizarre, isn't it? There was a tidal wave. That sounds fun. Oh dear, oh dear. Bizarre. I like bizarre and impossible stories. I have quite a few of them. It's hard to tell. The tidal wave, is that a euphemism? I was telling the story at first aid training, and the trainer asked, did this happen in early 2017? Why would they ask that? It's quite a specific date. Is that one of those where that was me? Kind of the person goes, oh, that was me. You alright, big love? My dog's she's sitting down here a bit fed up. Are you okay? Oh, give us a wag of your tail. That's a good girl. She's alright. I was in the restroom and the person in the next stall uttered, oh God, and then there was a horrible noise and a flood of excrement. I've got you now, yeah. A first aid training, and the trainer asked this, and it was, of course, and I never knew who did it, and I take it was the trainer. Matt. Yeah. I hope. Yes, indeed. Yeah. Unfortunately, my story, something similar. I found out something that happened 13 years ago. It's to do with my mother's death, and I suppose, let me put it this way: I always suspected, but never had proof, and I got proof straight from the horse's mouth. Not the best story. I won't repeat it, to be honest with you. But I have a story about a bizarre and impossible story. Somebody did something very nasty to me once, Matt. Because of something that somebody said, and this person thought I said this, and my understanding is it destroyed a relationship. And it's funny, if we ever do a group chat, I will share the story. I'd love to, actually. And do you know something, guys? I've been having to think about this. Somebody kept sort of asking me about, it might have been, was it Jimmy, asking me to set up, oh goodness, I can't even remember the name of it. Is it Discord? But I do have, for those, we'll maybe sort this out. I do have my own private Zoom thing for tutoring and stuff, and I'll maybe set up a wee a group thing, and we could all pop in and have a chat some night. I would like to do that. It'd be nice to actually talk to you all face to face, because we've gotten to know each other. Quite a lot of us have gotten to know each other well over the last year or two. I haven't a clue how to work Discord, Matt. My biggest problem is time. I don't have time to figure these things out. Unfortunately, I'd love to have the time. Well, here, do you know what? My life has changed. Maybe I'll figure it out. Maybe I've got more time than I could ever possibly want now, I suppose. But yeah, somebody wants. I'll tell you this one sometime, Matt. I brought London to a standstill because someone pissed me off, and and I did it in such amazing style that I made the news, but nobody knows it was me. But somebody accused me of doing something that and saying something that I never did, and it was I suppose it's the thing that ended up separating me out from all the Irish people in London, North and South, Protestant and Catholic. It was the thing that made me. I've had enough of you all, and here I come. And boy, did I teach them a lesson. And it was an opportune thing, if you see what I mean. Nobody got hurt, but I caused absolute chaos all over the capital of the British Empire. And it's a good story. I'll tell you about it sometime. If you want to know how to bring a city to how to cause chaos in a city, I'm your man. I know how to do things like that. I enjoy messing with systems, and that includes the roads. But I ended up with this person accused me of something that I didn't do, never said, and assaulted me twice in a pub. Hit me so hard. She is a woman, by the way, and I did not retaliate. I'm told her I had no idea what she was talking about, and I'll give you the full story sometime. But essentially, it wasn't me. And this person went around systematically destroying, and I was in London as a young student, and pretty much destroyed my relationships with everybody. She destroyed every friendship I had by lying about me, and saying I had done this. And she's never once apologized to me, by the way, this person. And I can tell you another story about her as well. But I did. Her entire household came into my home and threatened me and slandered me, and went around everywhere and basically wrecked every friendship, including the people that I lived with. And I ended up having to move out. I went and lived on my own for the rest of the time there. And one night I had an opportunity, and the police in England had given me everything. People always give me what I need, and I did something to them, nothing harmful, but it ended up with their house completely surrounded by the police, wanting to know what the hell they'd done. But I brought, yeah. I'll tell you about it sometime. I might have to disguise a few things, but it's a long time ago anyway. But it was great fun, and in the end, the truth came out, and the person who did it all came down and said, "Oh, I did that. That wasn't him." About a week later, and they were all just fine with it. But silly boy, careful what you say. But the way they treated me over the same thing was disgusting. And it's a funny thing. It's not like doing harm to somebody, if you know what I mean. It's a very, very. I did a very, very creative and thing, right? And if you want to know how to bring London to a standstill, I'm the person to tell you how to do it. And you don't have to. You don't go to the centre. And it was just a matter of opportunity. I know I'm being a bit vague, but will remind me sometime, and I'll tell you how I brought London to a standstill. I've got worse ones than that. I'm going to see if I can figure out Discord, Matt. I'll have a wee go at it. I'll get a wee bit of time. Doing this takes up a fair bit, unfortunately. But and I have a few other wee things to do. But I think my life's getting a wee bit easier at the minute. So we'll have a go and see. But it would be lovely to sit and have a chat with you all, and actually see you face to face and etc. and say hello. Sometimes I actually think that this kind of thing works best for me because I have a kind of funny hearing problem. Matt, well, everybody. Um, and because I have a very, very funny brain, I tend to accidentally talk over people and stuff, and I can come across as very rude. And I know this; I'm very aware of it, and try not to do it. But it's kind of it's so in many ways the way this works, I can come across as a lot more civilized and polite. I suppose it's in a way it's a disability. I suppose the hearing thing, but hmm, the interesting thing is I have a hearing problem, but I'm not deaf. If you see what I mean. It's an air pressure problem. It's internal pressure thing, which is why sometimes as maybe for anybody who saw my videos the first time, did the PhD videos, there's a few problems with the sound on them. It's why I remastered them, but I can't tell when I'm really loud and really quiet, etc. I always sound the same. But that's as a tidal wave. It sounds a bit like that story that Howard tells in The Big Bang Theory, isn't it? Wasn't the restaurant the person next door telling the story at first day training, and the trainer asked, "Did this happen?" Right? I was in the restaurant. The person next door uttered, "Oh God!" and there was a horrible, like, a flood of excrement. And I never knew who did it. Yes, indeed, it was the trainer. It's funny. If we ever do a group chat, I will share the story. I tell it well. Excellent. You must have brought tacos from a street vendor. I would wonder. I've never had a proper taco, if you know what I mean. You get me taco shells and stuff, but I've never had a proper taco, if you know what I mean. Vena says, I have a selective hearing problem. I find it hard to hear when someone tells me to do something. Yes. Yeah. I don't respond well to orders, Vera. I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. I really don't. I'm a person that if you ask me to do something, I'll be delighted to help you. But if you tell me to do something, oh goodness, the response will be quite bad. But yeah, for me. It's like if you put your hands over your ears, that's kind of go in and out. That's kind of what it goes like for me. But then in terms of my voice, then so it's my hearing that affects my voice, if you like, and I unconsciously, I suppose, start getting louder and louder and louder. And I have to tell, I teach a lot of young kids, and being loud, and I'm a big man, it can be scary to them. And I always have to give, every time I have a new student, I have to give them a wee talk about my voice in case they think I'm shouting at them, which is why I always, all my students, if they hear me raise my voice, they're all primed to tell me, they have to interrupt me and tell me to use my indoor voice. That's how we do it. So that tells me that I'm being too loud. And it's yeah. But it's one of those things, I suppose. But it's got to the point where I can't have a quiet conversation. So I have to assume I can't have a private conversation because I'm very loud and I have quite a, I suppose, basso voice, but a low, deep voice. But generally, if I'm talking, I have to assume people can hear me. So I don't really consider any conversations to be private anymore. Any pronunciation is fine. The name is made up. Okay. It was my first character when I played Ultima Online. That's a long time. I used to play that. Long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. Excellent. Thank you, Vera. I always kind of go, if I'm not sure of a pronunciation, I go, it's part of my training. I go with the Greek, basically, pronounce every letter. Which has got me into bother a few times, but I always explain that that's what I do. If I don't understand pronunciation, I'll have a go. I'll run every letter. And if you ever have any bother reading Greek names, that's the trick. Pronounce every single letter and you're good. Chesapeake server had a bard, an armor smith, and a tailor. Played for years. I never got into online playing too much. I would try it out a little bit. Played a few games. Goodness, that one. What would the other one be? Going back to the, I suppose. Yeah. I prefer to play against the machine, to be honest. But yeah, I tend to play one player games really. Yeah, it's been a long time since I played an online game. And it's a pity because I always thought I would get into kind of strategy games or something like that online, enjoy kind of online battles or something, but I just don't have. Yeah, I play less. Saying that, I bought a game recently and I've finally bought it actually just the other day, just something to keep me occupied over the winter, if you like. Got Civilization 5, but I'd had a legal copy of it, I suppose, for a long time. And if you enjoy a game, you should buy it, you know. So, I can't afford brand new computer games, so I always wait till they get as cheap as chips, if you like. Baldur's Gate 2 is my favorite ever. I like that. I played a lot of the Dungeons and Dragons games. I really enjoyed Neverwinter Nights 2. I thought that was really good. I have Alpha Centauri. Yeah, I played it a long time ago. I don't have many computer games. They're there. Well, they're there. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 2, 3, 4, 5, about 25 games in total. Although well, some of those aren't games. I've got things like Redshift there, but yeah. I suppose I don't really play too many games. I like a certain type. Alpha Centauri is really good. I enjoy it. I haven't played it in a while. I was thinking about reinstall. But yes, that's Sid Meier as well, isn't it? But I suppose the games that I really like, I like the Mass Effect games. I like Skyrim. I like sandbox games, I suppose. And I love the Mad Max game. I suppose they're not too recent, are they? I don't know. Sid Meier's Alpha Centauri. I've got Judge Dredd. I've got the Command and Conquer games for the first decade. A couple of the Half-Lives, Warhammer 40,000 Dawn of War, a couple of the old Medal of Honors, Homeworld, and I've got Atari Arcade Hits 1 up there. I suppose old Wolfenstein, Return to Castle Wolfenstein, Dragon Age Origins, and I suppose a few of the Call of Duties, but that's me, really. Morrowmind, I never played that one. I only got into Skyrim with the really good Skyrim, I suppose. I remember when Pong was the hot video game. Damn, I'm old. I remember playing. I've played Asteroids on the tables and Space Invaders. So I guess we're digital natives, Carlos, isn't it? Oh, of course. I really like the Command and Conquer. Was it got Emperor Battle for Dune was really good, wasn't it? And I've got the old Dune games too, because that's where the Command and Conquer started, didn't they? I'm melting here. Hang on a second. Bear with me a wee second. Oof, I think our heating's at full blast. There we go. Oh, by the Lord of Hell's hirsute gluteus maximus, it's hot in here, folks. I'm sitting freezing this room sometimes, and now I'm melting. Remember when Pong was the hot video game? Damn, did you see? Everybody see in the news that they've grown they've developed some kind of was it brain tissue, and they've got it playing Pong. Though apparently it's not very good at it. Skyrim is very user friendly in good ways. Morrowind has nothing to help you. You have to figure it out all yourself, also in good ways. I quite like games like that too. But yeah, Baldur's Gate was good. Too, I suppose. But I was actually looking at maybe getting a couple of those old games, but yeah, some of those old games are nice and cheap these days, aren't they? Oh dear. Goodness gracious. I had to knock the heating off. I didn't realise my wife had left it on. That must have been on for ages, but normally we're a bit chilly in here. Now I'm starting to melt. Ooh. Now, let's see. Yeah. Must have a good wee chat about computer games sometime. But I really do like Alpha Centauri. I thought it was good. Be nice to see it sort of update, with the way that the Sid Meier games are, these days. It'd be nice to sort of get a more modern version of it. Every class, every race combination, practically played thousands of hours of Baldur's Gate. Wow. I just tend to play the same characters, I think, over and over. Whew. Right, excuse me a wee second, folks. I'm going to knock this off me here. I've got far too warm. Ooh, you're right there, big love. You've got your fur coat on. Let's see. Yeah, we drifted off a wee bit there, but yeah. Yeah, well, I will see if I can organise something sometimes, folks. If you're interested, we can all sit and have a nice chat face to face. I think that'd be really nice. Alternatively, you can all fly over to Northern Ireland if you like, and we can hook up in a pub. But I wouldn't advise it these days. Matt says, yes, the story I'm writing updates at Alpha Centauri and adds new factions, Dreamers of Chiron and the Human Tribe, faction called the Hunters of Chiron, and another called the Human Ascendancy. Also, Matt, you were telling me, isn't that Alpha Centauri, like, is it like fan fiction thing, as I recall? Isn't that right? Or maybe I'm thinking on something else. Maybe it was you, Matt, that does it. Yeah, it was you. Yeah, that you do. Excellent. Yeah, I think it would make quite a good setting, wouldn't it? For yeah, that's good stuff. I was just commenting to my wife today that the amount of writing I've done for Dune, this book club, is that I could have written 2.5 novels by now. Love the quotations. I always remember, is it you nerve staple your population, one of them or something, as I recall. It's been a while since I've played it, and I think, to be honest with you, because I saw Civilization 5 the other day, but I don't have too many games installed on the computer because I'm making so many videos and just using up hard drive space and stuff. And I've got a wee portable hard drive here. But many quotations for Dune fit that story to law is the ultimate science. We talked about that one, didn't we? It's another one that's I remember that we had a good chat about that quotation. Isn't that one of the emperors, isn't it? That's imperialism for you. Law is most certainly not the ultimate science, I think. But yeah, that was one of our epigraphs, wasn't it? In Dune. Oh goodness! Now let's see. Where did we get to? I've lost my place here. Hang on, folks. Just backing up. Go. Oh, yes. We were talking about Alibaba. Went off on one, didn't we? Okay, let me just find my place 52 in my notes. Pardon me. Oh, yeah. Here we go. So Stilgar stops at a yellow rock wall. Pressed an outcropping, and the wall swung silently away from him, opening along an irregular crack. He led the way through past a dark honeycomb lattice that directed a cool wash of air across Paul when he passed it. I could do with a cool wash of air right now. And Paul turns a questioning stare at Chani, tugged her arm. That air felt damp. Shh, she whispered. But a man behind them said, plenty of moisture in the trap tonight. Jamas's way of telling us he's satisfied. And again, was the emperor? Yeah. And I think, as I pointed out, that is certainly not the case at all. Law is the ultimate science means law is the ultimate knowledge, as far as I'm concerned, and it isn't. The fact that the law is a very funny thing. I think within human society, we tend to have reverence for the law in some countries in the same way that some other countries would have reverence for religion. Of course, religion's all about law. But I live in a country where the law is used to oppress people. And in particular, as I point out, women don't have the same rights as men in Northern Ireland. And it's disgusting. It's as simple as that. And I think, actually, if you have a wee look at the news, etc., you'll see that in terms of abortion, etc., that the United Kingdom government had to act here in Northern Ireland rather than our own legislation. Because, I suppose particularly within the Protestant faith in Northern Ireland here, it's as myriad as many maniacs as you make up it, if you know what I mean. There is no one real Protestant religion, but they certainly like to keep women in their place, which is really sad. If you understand anything about Northern Ireland, by the way, folks, if you want to know, for example, our airport's named after a massive alcoholic who could kick a ball. You want me to tell you who I think we should name our airports and things after? I want to tell you this is the person I think is probably the most impressive person from Northern Ireland, and you may have heard of her. And yes, it's a she, Jocelyn Bell Burnell. Look her up. She's from here, and she's not a Protestant or Catholic. And I would argue if we were going to name our airport after a citizen of Northern Ireland who is great, should be named after her. And of course, I think she's brilliant. And if you ever get it, I don't know if it's available, but just to tell you a wee bit about her, Dame Susan, she's been given a damehood. Excuse me, Dame Susan Jocelyn Bell Burnell. What an awful lot of letters are after her name, is an astrophysicist from Northern Ireland who's as a postgraduate student discovered radio pulsars. The discovery earned the Nobel Prize in Physics in 1974. However, she was not one of the prize's recipients. I have, if Jocelyn Bell Burnell, sorry, did an incredible set of lectures for the Royal Institute, which is on the BBC here at Christmas, and they're for children. Wow, is she impressive? She did this thing in a ball gown, swinging this radio around her. Yeah, she's incredible. Sorry, I'm off on again, but that's an impressive. There's I think she's probably the most impressive person we have from Northern Ireland. I'm certainly a huge admirer of her. I think she's a Quaker, actually, possibly. It's funny that we say in Dune is one of those quotes that about knowing a person's religion, isn't it? Something like that. I can't remember it exactly. But the fact that she was left out of the Nobel Prize is a massive, massive piece of sexism. And of course, yes, she is a Quaker, and of course, she's never given a toss about it. To be honest with you, because it's almost a nail in your coffin, if you like, in some ways, in terms of your career. And so she's gone on to many, many other things. But yeah, so I just got me thinking about drifting off on one, folks. Let's get back. But yeah, the air felt damp. And then this man behind, plenty of moisture in the trap tonight. Janus's way of telling us he's satisfied. Superstition, religion rites. Again, it's the shade, placating the shade, isn't it? To make sure that his ghost doesn't come. And the sign, there's lots of water in the wind traps. That's a sign that Janus is happy with the way we've dealt with his funeral. We've dealt with this kind of thing. So Jessica passed through the secret door and heard it close behind. And she saw how the Fremen slowed while passing the honeycomb lattice, felt the dampness of the air as she came opposite it. Wind trap, she thought. They have a concealed wind trap somewhere on the surface to funnel air down here into cooler regions and precipitate the moisture from it. There are such things. You'll see these things in the Middle East, and they're incredible. Fascinating piece of technology. So the wind traps, we all know, if we're familiar to Dune, that this is how one of the ways that Fremen get. It's all about moisture, isn't it? Moisture in the air. And again, the Atreides are finding things out here. Everything that's going on is telling them, or particularly Jessica, about these people. She's analysing them all the time here. They passed through another rock door with lattice work above it, and the door closed behind them. The draft of air at their backs carried a sensation of moisture clearly perceptible to both Jessica and Paul. We get what Jessica said about this having this sense of moisture being hammered into. Pardon me, excuse me, folks. I need some fluids. Precious fluids. Okay. And of course, The draft of air at the backs carried a sensation. I was just wanting at the start of this. I sort of wanted to point out that senses, sensation, the is quite a common word in this chapter, and really about the. I suppose Paul and Jessica really wanting to. Jessica says, "I wonder will we get to the point where we can sense this like they can? You know, this kind of thing." Um, and I think it's part of Paul and Jessica learning to think, starting to learn to think like Fremen here. Not water, moisture, this kind of thing, you know. And there's a big sense of mystery here. As I said, it's like going through secret passages in an ancient castle. This kind of thing. I love that kind of stuff. Part of me wants to see the two doors behind me. Just glance through. I'd love to strip them out and have books across them, and the secret book, all books around this room where you can't actually see the door. I've always wanted that a room full of books where the door is actually looks like the books in a bookcase and opens like that. And it's just that sense of mystery and imagination that I used to get from all those old mystery things and horror films and even things like Young Frankenstein and stuff. I absolutely love things like that. And it's secret passages, mysteries, hidden caves, magical places. All of that's very big part of the Arabian Nights. The Tales of the Thousand Nights and One Night. By the way, listen, I keep mentioning this. Let's just grab it for a second. There are many different translations. Oh dear, right. That's my incredibly damaged shoulder is not doing all that. Right, here we go. Oh! Have a look at these. Now, this is there you go, 1,000 Nights and One Night. This is the one I have, and I'm so proud of this. The person in the second-hand bookshop put the wrong price on this, and it was supposed to be 20 quid, and he put £2 on it, and I sent my son into the shop with £2, and he came out with these. And wow. And I'm on volume 3 at the minute. It's not quite in the right place. I'll just bring them out a wee second. But for anybody who's familiar with the 1,000 Nights and One Night, or the Arabian Nights, whatever you want to call it, Tales of the 1,001 Nights, the artwork on this box, and I love, as you probably, if you know me a wee bit, you'll know I love box sets, but the artwork on this is incredible. There's some beautiful art on it. And now, just to let you know, to me, the definitive translation, and I have an abridged copy, but not a full copy. The definitive translation of the 1,001 Nights is the Richard Burton translation. But just to show you, for £2, wow! And of course, and I plan to read these the way they were meant to be read, one a night. But if you get the sense of that, for example, if you can see, let me see if I can hold these up right. Pardon me. The cover shows a detail of The Rug Merchant by J.L. Garome, for example. That's volume 1. Volume 2 there. Shows a detail of a street scene from Gustav Bernfeld. That's the one that's on the box there. Cover shows a detail of, can we see that there? So that's Ali Ben Ahmed, Suivi de Son Escort by Chasseroux paintings. So the books have wonderful covers. And this one's a detail of Combat de Gio et de Paca by Eugene Delacroix. Chunky, beautiful books. You can see I haven't got the volume 4. There's no split in the spine. But you can tell, if you see, I'm thoroughly enjoying these. And I stopped a wee while back, but I'm that far into volume 3. And it's always been a dream of mine to read absolutely all of them, all 1,000 Nights and One Night. Not bad for £2, eh, folks? And you can, I've even got a wee bit of damage to that one. That's how well read it's been, sadly. These editions here, by the way, just to explain, and I don't know when these came out, but these editions are a really good adult translation, and that's what you want. because there are many kids versions of these, but these are by translated by Madras and Mathers, and it's an excellent. It's a real shame that books like these don't come with footnotes to really explore this culture. But my understanding is that the Thousand and One Nights are not popular in the Muslim world. I suppose I'm not quite sure why. Well, actually, I have an idea why, but I'll not discuss it. But little things like this, there's a real sense of the Arabian Nights within Dune, I think. And if I don't know how many people, the room hidden by bookshelves, just like Scooby Doo. That's exactly it. I love Scooby Doo. Grew up with Scooby Doo. And our Noodles my wee dog Evil Noodles is pretty much. If you want to know what her personality's like, it's pretty much she's Scrappy Doo, and I call her that sometimes. Whereas Big Holly's more of a Scooby. Am I right, Scooby? Scooby Doo Doo. Oh, Scooby. I used to play the guitar. The really down. The music from Scooby. Oh, absolutely brilliant. And I quite enjoy playing TV theme tunes and stuff. So I can play Scooby Doo on the guitar, though I can't sing. But Scooby, I love playing it. It's really simple as well. But yeah, love it. You got it, Carlos. But the Arabian Nights, folks. If you're not familiar, and you know what, they're so short or episodic. So if you literally put it next to your bed, you can have one read a night, easily in a few minutes, if you know what I mean. And you can read the 1001 Nights over 1001 nights, and I think that's the way to experience them. I think it's a fun way. You could tear through them if you like, and sadly, well, I'm reading them that way, but I had to pause for a wee bit. But that's my casual reading at the minute, and I've been at it for a while, and I'm really looking forward to getting through them all. And it's always been a bit of a problem. That I had the Burton translation, but it's seriously abridged, unfortunately. But Richard Burton's translation is probably the most accurate of the Arabian Nights translations. The most adult, certainly. And they're very, very rude, by the way. Cynthia's saying, I'll have to go. We'll catch up on the rest of the conversation later. Thanks as always. All the best, Cynthia. Yeah, we're running on a wee bit these days, aren't we? These are becoming quite long, but we're into big chapters. But I'll try and push on ahead. But thank you very much for joining us, and all the best to you. Take care. We'll chat soon. It's these secret passages, all of this kind of thing. I just wrote very Alibaba, but I was actually discussing with my wife today that we talked to students, little kids, none of them know who Alibaba is. Alibaba and the 40 Thieves, or Sinbad, never heard of Sinbad the Sailor. And they will have heard of Aladdin, but that's it. And I'm just going, what's happened to the world? These are such good stories, and the thing about them is that there really are, you can translate these stories well for children, if you see what I mean. You can, tidy them up a bit. So there are many different translations of the Tales of the Arabian Nights, if you like, that go through all different types of age ranges, And I knew these stories as a child and would read them in Ladybird books and stuff like that. But but obviously not all of them, just the occasional. But I think there's a real heavy influence on the Arabian Nights within Dune. And it's the little moments like this, I suppose, that make me think of it, And I'm very fond of the stories, but I absolutely enjoying those books so much. A real cultural artifact, the Thousand Nights and One Night, absolutely. So I was just getting, I just, sometimes you get a wee bit when you enjoy something too much, and that's me. I just enthuse, but highly recommend them. And as I said, you could read them along with anything. Put them at your bed, read one a night, go to a couple of minutes, and you're done, and on you go. And they are absolutely delightful and wonderful. And as I said, if anybody hasn't seen 3,000 years of learning, is that it? What's the film called? 3,000 Years of Longing, sorry. Absolutely brilliant film. Idris Elba and oh, I'm so crap with names. I know this actress really well too. What's her name? Oh, dear, sorry. Tilda Swinton. There you go. Tilda Swinton and Idris Elba. Absolutely brilliant. Can't wait to watch two films this year. Everything Everywhere All at Once and 3,000 Years of Longing. And there are two films that I'm going to watch over and over and over again. Nothing but praise for them. Vela says, I'm the same way. I was so taken with an author I discovered a few years ago that I convinced all my friends and family to read him and start a book club. Excellent. Who was it, Vela, if you don't mind me asking? That's the thing about the 1001 Nights, isn't it? It's anonymous. I do like it. You often wonder, I wonder who did this. So many of our great epics are anonymous. And that adds to the mystery and wonder of them. But you have to understand somebody wrote this. Who was it? And it's a pity we don't have the knowledge to find out, or the evidence, I suppose. This is the first book club I've ever done, by the way, and I'm just kind of winging it, Vela. So it's completely new to me, and we get a lot of participation here. It really it helps it an awful lot. It really does. Now let's see where we were. Oh, I think we got past that a wee bit. Let me see. Sorry. Oh yes, Wind Trap. That was it. They passed through another rock door with lattice work above it, and the door closed behind them. The draft of air at their backs carried a sensation of moisture, clearly perceptible to both Jessica and Paul. The head of the troop, Globe in Stilgar's hands, dropped below the level of the heads in front. Presently, he felt steps beneath his feet, curving down to the left, light reflected back up across hooded heads, and a winding movement of people spiraling down the steps. This descent, caves, secret passages, descending stairways, sense of mystery and wonder, really, isn't it? For us, anyway, excuse me. But Jessica sensed the mounting tension in the people around her, a pressure of silence that rasped her nerves with its urgency. The steps end and the troop passed through another low door. The light of the globe is swallowed in a great open space with a high curved ceiling. And again, little secret passages that lead to gigantic rooms, I'll tell you what, I'm going to put that there. So I know where I'm at. And I shall read your comments, Vela. It's J.C. McRae from Canada. He writes serials all online and free and is shockingly good. It's all he does is write. In 10 years, he writes 60 plus hours a week and releases chapters twice weekly. He used Wildbow is that as a pen name. He's been a top 10 to 20 Patreon supported author from France for years. Loves writing and it's so good. I keep meaning to have a look at Patreon, but I don't know. I'm a bit funny about money. That sounds interesting. I've been thinking about, I have a few stories that I'd like to write, and I used to write a long time ago, and I wasn't sure if I was, I stopped writing when I was about 22, and decided that I wasn't a good enough writer, and that I would need to get some life experience, and learn a lot more words. I started writing something actually not too long ago, and I'm maybe give it to, I read to you at the end of it, see what you think. I'll read you a paragraph, and you can tell me should I write a story or not. How's that for a bit of a giggle? But yeah, that sounds interesting. All online and free, and I like that. Let's have a wee look. Also known as Wildbow, reminds me of things like Strongbow from Ireland and JC. I've got a wee thing there. I'm going to bookmark that and have a wee look at it later. In my put it as that. Tropes, themes, superhero fiction. That's Worm. I was just having a wee quick look at there. Well, yeah. He wrote chapter 1 of his first, with obviously no readers when he posted. By the end of his first serial, he was making a full living from Patreon. If you wrote a thesis, you can write a book. Well, I know that. It's not about writing a book. It's about, can I write a good one? If I've got a book in me, I'd rather it be a good one. I suppose there's things that I won't write about, and I haven't thought about this. That there's a list of the unwritten books of Russell Sloan. But yeah, I wrote quite a lot of stories in my youth, because I obviously I studied science fiction at once upon a time and practiced it. But I came to the decision that I was not good, though I thought my ideas were okay. But at the same time, I was also, all of my stories were about singularities, different ways that they can occur, I suppose. But they're also very anti-religious, and that was part of my Northern Ireland thing, I suppose, and I didn't want to bring that to anything. But I mean, you're better than you probably think. I'll tell you what, Matt, if you like, if we get to the end of this, I'll read you a paragraph, which is a thing I did for one of my students to try and encourage them to write. And it was actually me rewriting the first paragraph of a story I wrote when I was about 22. I wanted to throw George R.R. Martin's awful stuff against the wall before I read 200 pages. I'm fully convinced. I got this. I fell out with fantasy in my teens, and I liked a lot of fantasy books. Pardon me. It was their. I think I've said this before. It was Rise of the Merchant Prince, just Lloyd's of London, isn't it? I just thought, oh, come on. And this was the Mid-Kemia books, Magician, which is such a good book. The original Raymond E. Feist trilogy of, I'm not sure what you would call the trilogy. Would it be Mid-Kemia or something like that? Rift War Saga, possibly. Magician, Silverthorn, and Darkness at Sithanan. I thought they were really good. Loved them when I was a kid. And I used to buy. I had very little money as a child. I had a paper round, etc. That kind of thing. I always worked. I've been working since I was 10, and it was actually my singer in the band, as Lena, encouraged me to get into George R.R. Martin, and of course Game of Thrones hit, and I watched the first series and enjoyed it. And of course it's filmed in Northern Ireland and all. I took an interest in it. I found myself identifying far too many things in it that are from elsewhere. I'm fully convinced. I've gone through George R.R. Martin's awful stuff against the wall before I read 200 pages. I actually stuck to it, and I have them down there. I'll never read them again, if you know what I mean. But I just because I wanted to. But things that go on and on, that's my big problem. A trilogy of trilogies and all this kind of thing. I do like a story to be finite. And I'm just like yourselves. I love to speculate on what if, wonder what would have happened if so and so. But I do like a story that has an ending. And I'm very happy, as I'm sure I've told you, particularly with books in the ancient world, dealing with things that are fragmented or don't have endings or are lost or we have bits of them, And often that's the joy of some of the ancient books, that I wonder what was lost. And always the possibility that we may find artifacts that will bring these stories back to us. If you understand the Homeric epics, the Iliad and the Odyssey, we have also got the Homeric hymns, and we have things like the Epigonae, the fragments and stuff like that. But they're part of a massive epic called the Cypriad, and it's all gone. Sadly, and part of me, I don't think we'll ever recover it. It's beyond us, but part of me wishes that there was someone. It's not that civilization that would have written that way, but part of me wishes that we had those things inscribed in stone tablets, a bit like the Epic of Gilgamesh. But it's sad. But yeah, it's a big thing. Let me just catch up, folks. Fully convinced that Veda says, I'm fully convinced that all good writers are formerly not good writers who kept writing. Absolutely. It's like any craft, you have to work at it, don't you? Maya says yes. Pelgara, wasn't that her name from the Feist series? Pelgara. Hang on, did I say that right? Pelgara. Yeah. Character. It says character World of Warcraft here. I'm thinking magician is Pug, isn't it? Pug and Thomas. Or am I mixing up the old series? I don't. There's another series, isn't there, immediately after that, which was set on the tsunami world. Is that tsunami? I can't remember how you. Haven't read them in a long time, but anybody who always wanted to get into fantasy books, I'd recommend Magician, and I thought it was very well written. But it's just end your story. Your story's ended. Thank you very much. And the more you I suppose the more you invest in a world that you've created as an author, the more you develop it. But also, ultimately, I think people weaken their stories. I like George's stuff now. Name of the Wind is awesome. I'm enjoying House of the Dragon on the TV. I'll say that. Oh goodness, I think I mixed up. No worries, it's easily done, isn't it, Vela? It's not a problem. Name of the Wind is awesome. I don't think I've read that one. I just stuck. I read the. What was the last one I got? Let me see. Oh, well, the last. I suppose that. Oh, goodness, I had to buy a gigantic. Was it Dance with Dragons? I've got as a gigantic hardback here. But I did enjoy A Knight of the Seven Kingdoms. That's the last George R. R. Martin book that I read. I tried to read a bit of a science fiction, didn't like it. But there is some of it on net. Is it Netflix? I think at the minute. Thinking of the Belgariad, I have no idea why. That's David Eddings, isn't it? I always say, is it Dross of Legend? It's just Ross with a D. I always like doing these things. Probably read the city. I read a couple of them from a book club and couldn't afford to get the rest. It's one of those get one if you know what I mean. Those old sort of buy 4 books for £1 and then you have to that kind of thing. I've always been a second-hand book hunter, I'm afraid. Always need to wait for somebody else to finish with a book and pass it on. I think there's a lot of. I think George R. R. Martin stuff is highly derivative, and as much as I thought he wrote reasonably well, produced quite adult fantasy novels, but there's so much in them that's I can see from. And I did read a lot of fantasy as a young person, but particularly the Targaryens and all of this stuff, isn't it? That they're the Melnibonians, and there's for goodness sake, isn't it? Joffrey calls his sword Stormbringer, and that's the thing that disgusted me the most in Game of Thrones. And I excuse my French, but I just went fuck off. How dare you take the name Stormbringer? And if for anybody knows what we're talking about, it's Elric of Melnibone. And the 2 books that I've just started, Shisha and Lose, the 3-Body Problem, but put it aside because I had picked up a compendium of the old Elric stories. And talking about fantasy, I have torn into it and read the first Elric book, and I have them all as original paperbacks and lost the first one. And just to give you an example, but if you want to know why the name Stormbringer turning up in Game of Thrones is an affront, take a good look. And he rides dragons as well, and there's so much of Elric in Game of Thrones. Elric, I read those in the 1980s. Yeah, I read them. I read them before. I read them as not as a teenager, as an actual probably about 11 or no, I don't know. I wouldn't have been very old at all when I read the Elric books, and reading them again, just reading them. I finished one the other night, just the first one, and I just thought this is brilliant. I remember why I loved this as a kid. The imagination in it is so good. It's an original world. It's written as an antithesis to Conan and macho fantasy, and it's just very elegant and straightforward prose. And that hence a kid, who's probably about 7 or 8 can read those. Well, I had a reading age of 12 when I was 6, so I was reading stuff like that. There's not much. There were only 3 channels of TV and a radio here at the time. I was reading at the same time, says Vela. So fair warning about J.C. McRae. He writes serialized stories. They are long. Amazing storytelling, but if you don't like that, it's important for you to know. I don't mind if things are episodic, if you can take them in small bites, I suppose. Elric, I read those in the 80s, I think Fahard and the Grey Mouser was around the same time, spelling way off. Not to worry. I don't know. I did love fantasy. I absolutely, and I kind of, to me, fantasy and science fiction. And I would like old-fashioned horror, Victorian kind of stuff. If you know, Frankenstein, Dracula, that kind of stuff. I don't like slasher, gore, slaughter things, or that kind of nonsense. I like a lot of fin de sequel stuff, if you like. But yeah, and I thought fantasy went into a hard decline in the 80s, and everybody's just trying to write Lord of the Rings in some shape or form, if you like. There's very little that's original. And even if you think about I think the first Conan book, the first Elric book's written in the 50s. But I think most of them get published in the 60s, and they're a response to Conan, which is coming out ages prior to that. And I love Conan, and I think Robert E. Howard is an exquisite writer. I really enjoy reading those stories. Same with H.P. Lovecraft. Regardless of your opinions of the people, they're both damn good writers. Love that stuff. But particularly the George R. I mean, I'm loving the House of the Dragon. I think it's really well done. In corporate fantasy literature in the 80s, I also think the Fall Publishing House become Amazon's break. Yeah, I mean Amazon's, but it's one of those things. I mean, Moorcock was a big, massive influence on the new wave anyway, and he's a major editor within Britain. So I think very much the opportunities to. I've met him, by the way. I met Michael Moorcock, and I have 2 signed books by him. And I met him when he was in a bit of a tiz and he was jet lagged, and he messed up signing my book and apologized and then re-signed it. And so I have Behold the Man here signed. And they were anniversary editions that he brought over from America, I think, But I love Moorcock. I've read an awful lot of The Eternal Champion, and it was really nice to revisit. I just revisited the other day. And absolutely love it. Absolutely love it. But Stormbringer is what a character, if you like. one of the most unfleshed out characters that's absolutely embodied in your mind in fantasy literature, and it's a sword. Along with Elric, the Eternal Champion, the weapon, the sidekick, the hero, constantly being reincarnated and running through a wild variation of the world's myths. Corm, for example, is the Irish myth. A lot of the Irish myths in that. Highly recommend Moorcock, but he goes all over the place with the Eternal Champion, covers a lot of genres. Now I want to go and read these 2. Yeah, it's worth it. As I said, I was missing one, so I got these new compendiums. And let me see. Oh goodness, they're probably here we are. A long time ago, and I actually don't have. I bought these, and I suppose the book that I got is one of these paperbacks. But at the time, and I just thought, I can't believe I couldn't afford these, and I kind of wanted to buy all of these, and I only got 3. I have the Eternal Champion, Dancers at the End of Time and The Nomad of the Time Streams. But I have a fair few, pardon me, Michael Moorcock's little paperbacks here and there. Mm. You see, I don't have to look far. I can just pull Michael Moorcock books off the bookshelf, and there's my signed, lovely, lovely, beautiful edition. You can see it's well worn, by the way. I've read this a good few times of oh dear, of Behold the Man. And I'll just give you my, there we go. So there's my wee bit, and he messed this up, and he says, "To Russell, still running, all good wishes from Michael Moorcock." And this is Kingston, 12th September 96. I mean, he got the date. And then he signed it again for me and apologised. And so he signed it twice. And I thought that was really nice of him. And I don't know. I've never met him. I met him and Ian Banks in the same year, in the same bookshop. And never really knew what to say to them, or I've never met anybody famous before. or a writer before, and I just said, I really love your books. Thank you very much. And that was it. I said the same thing to Ian Banks. I met Ian Banks again in Belfast and had a chat with him and Alistair Reynolds. They probably don't remember me, but it was in the car park with both their respective partners. Goodness gracious. Goodness, it happened 40 years ago when I read them. How did that happen? Yeah, I'm 50 next year. Same for me, but right. Yeah, we should keep this for. I'll have to get on to a sci-fi and fantasy. Good old, just do a wee pop on for a chat. There's so much out there at the minute. Some good, some really bad. Lots of opinions about the Rings of Power, isn't it? Lord of the Rings show, and going up, House of Dragon and a Sandman in particular. There's a lot of good. Sandman I thought was well done, and I really enjoyed it. And I particularly enjoyed the story of the cats, which is one of my favorites. I like the Sandman, and yeah, I'd like to see some more of it on the TV. But I still just love the books, Discord is amazingly easy to set up. It's worth the effort. I've got it set up. I'll have a wee look. It's just I always sort of kind of pop in. I have one set up, but I have no idea how to reach it. It says send off stuff. Contact your friends. I don't have any. If you see what I mean, I don't know who to contact or who to reach out. And it's trying to. I'm a person that likes a book. I'm a read the RTFM person. Read the manual. Read that manual. And it's something I always. And I don't know. It just doesn't seem to be any particular way of just give me the information I want to figure out how to do this in a quick time. So that's why I went in because I've been asked to do it, but I haven't figured out in any shape or form how to get anybody there. And I always said, invite your friends. All the things that I do online that connect up to friends, it says, there's always 0. So I don't really do that kind of thing. But yeah, I'll see what I can do, folks, and have a wee. I will have the bit of time, I think, soon to have a look at these things. And I'd like to. I've been trying to, as most of you know, the wee science fiction station that we've been running here on YouTube. We've had to start and stop and shut down and start and stop, and that's really been to do with caring for my father. And it was just one of those things. So we haven't really been able to do things the way we wanted to, or we've just had other commitments and stuff. But we're a wee bit. We have, I suppose, an opportunity, and winter's coming. No pun intended. So that's a good time. Winter is always a great time to get a lot of reading done, But yeah, I'm absolutely. As I said, it's very much a one-way conversation here with you guys, and I'd very much like just to say hello and say hi and see what you all. I'm sure some of you maybe wouldn't want to do that, but yeah, I enjoy this, and the fact that I don't like my own people or my own society. It's nice to connect with people around the world, and chat about things like this that have gotten that are like. The love of Dune, for example. Here I am all these years later, and I don't care how much work I do on this book over the years. I should be sick to death of this book. If you know how many times I've read it and how many times I've worked on it and how many copies of Dune I have inadvertently destroyed, I can't. It's just I like it too much, and I love this stuff. You had to take a personality test at work. I got a high score in introvert. I wouldn't worry about those kind of tests. I think they're a load of hooey, quite frankly. I'm extremely extroverted, introverted. If you know what I mean. I'm a quiet person, but I'm big and loud out in the world as well. So I'm all sorts of things. I'm all things to all people, if you like. I always loved the Eternal Warrior series, although I felt that Lords of Order should have been far more despotic than Chaos when they were ascendant. That's an interesting point. Chaos is very much what, it's the Melnibonians go with Chaos. I am an absolute, I am a chaos machine. And I love chaos, and I understand it very well, both mathematically and within the realms of fantasy and alignments and all that sort of stuff. But what I did in London, we were saying to Matt earlier, that's me causing chaos, and whenever I do cause chaos, it's always in my wife and I would say that if we ever approach having to have a go at somebody, that we'll do it with humor. If you understand that, I'll never approach teaching someone a lesson, or I don't do revenge. Does that make sense? I teach people lessons and I do it with humor. But often people don't know that it was me that did it, if you see what I mean. And I just rather than having a go at people, I just try to make them understand what they do by hyperbolically inflicting what they do themselves back upon them, feedback, if you like. But I will tell the story about how I brought London to a standstill, if you like. It was in the 90s, by the way, and it made the radio, but I don't know if it made the TV. And I'll tell you about it sometime. Yeah, order's much worse than chaos, isn't it? That's the way I look at it. Pardon me. If I was Elric, I'd be happy signing up with the Chaotic Lords, not the Lords of Law. You okay, Big Love? Oh, she's good. Pardon me. We're drifting all over the place tonight again, folks, but I do like it. It's good. It's good crack, as they say in this country. So let's see where we got on to. We'll push on. We're not too far from the end here. Yeah, so we had that mounting tension, isn't it? 50. Let's see. Jessica sensed the mounting tension in the people around her, a pressure of silence that rasped her nerves with its urgency. So we were just commenting these wee fears. Apologies. There's a little bit of fear, a little bit of, it's the possibility of maybe what if. And it's the pressure of silence that rasped her nerves with its urgency. So the steps end and the troop passes through another low door, and we have the light of the glow globe, which is swallowed. That's where we got to, the great open space with a high curved ceiling. Paul felt Channy's hand on his arm, heard a faint dripping sound in the chill air, felt an utter stillness come over the Fremen in the cathedral presence of water. Cathedral's an interesting word, if you look up what it really means. But it doesn't apply in this sense. But I always enjoy what words actually mean and how we use them. I have seen this place in a dream, he thought. And of course, we can think back to the Paul's prescient visions way back at the start of the book. Thoughts both reassuring and frustrating. Now, I've got to grab my notes here. Much better with these. Let's see. And this is pretty. Here we go. Actually, we stopped just before the heavy, didn't we? The thought was both reassuring and frustrating. Somewhere ahead of him on this path, the fantastic hordes cut their glory path across the universe in his name. The green and black Atreides banner would become a symbol of terror. Wild legions would charge into battle screaming their war cry, Muad'Dib. It must not be, he thought. I cannot let it happen. I suppose we were having a wee chat the other week about is somebody asked me a direct question: is Paul evil? And I answered, yes, he has to be, based on my sense of morality. He's not evil at this point. And this is I suppose this is the real trick that Frank Herbert does. I can't know this terror across the entire universe. Wild is a word we hear a couple of times here. Legions charge into battle, screaming the war cry, Muad'Dib. Must not be, he thought. I cannot let this happen. And that tells you that at this point, hopefully, Paul has some kind of moral center, Vela says, I need to call it a night. Thanks for this as always. Absolute pleasure, Vela. Look forward to seeing you again. Thank you very much for joining us. Carlos Crescelia says, they did a movie about Robert E. Howard with Vincent D'Onofrio and Renée Zellweger. Really? Oh, okay. Really good. Thank you. Do you know the name of the film, Carlos? I'd watch that in a second. I've read. I think it's El Sprague de Camps, but if I can remember correctly, I don't own either a biography on Howard or H.P. Lovecraft, but somebody lent me one on each, and I kind of read them back to back a long time ago. And I think, do you need anything? Look, I think the biography on Howard was written by El Sprague de Camps, who's a Conan writer. Excuse me. Big sauce. Where you go? Okay. But I didn't know there were any movies about Robert E. Howard at all. That would be very interesting. I'm going to write that down anyway. Do you know the name of the film, Carlos? I think Robert E. Howard is an exquisite writer. As much as I'm happy reading pulp fiction. I'll read bad writing if it's a good story, but I really appreciate a good writer, and I understand what good writing is. And Robert E. Howard is a damn good writer, really exceptional, I think. As is Lovecraft. A couple of wee things at the start, I suppose, but as somebody pointed out, all good writers aren't good writers. They just have to work hard at it, Vincent D'Onofrio is a good actor, isn't he? I haven't seen too many Renée Zellweger films. I suppose she's Bridget Jones, isn't she? I taught that at university as comparative literature with For My Sins, Pride and Prejudice. By the gods. Yes, it must not be. I cannot let this happen. This is why we stay with Paul as a hero. We stick with him, don't we? We can see that there is, regardless of, we're going to find out a bit more here. Oh, here it comes. He could feel the demanding race consciousness within him, his terrible purpose. So the mystery of what earlier on in the book was the terrible purpose, we do discover it's his race consciousness. Knew that no small thing that they could do would deflect the juggernaut that was gathering weight and momentum. Juggernaut's an interesting term. Check it out. It comes from the word Jagannath. Is it Hindu, I believe, or is it Sanskrit? Possibly. It's Sanskrit. Jagannath is part of the Hindu religion. The word means either world lord or lord of the universe. Of course, have a wee look at them. If you look up Juggernaut, if you like, take a wee nosy, it's very interesting. We use it as I suppose a synonym for big lorries, for example, in England or in the United Kingdom. A Juggernaut is big, But yeah, I love the word Juggernaut. It's great, but it's a very interesting thing. Have a wee look at it. And here we go, this Juggernaut, and it has a religious turn to it, that word, was gathering weight and momentum. If he died this instant, here we go, This is a crux to this part of the chapter, I think. If he died this instant, this thing would go on through his mother and unborn sister, nothing less. So here we go. How do I stop this universal wide genocide that's going to be carried out in my name by these and interestingly, it calls them fantastic hordes here. And I actually thought that was a misprint. I thought it must be fanatic, but it isn't. It's fantastic. They're fantastic hordes. And I checked with my other copy just to make sure. Here we go. If he died this instant, that won't stop it. So the whole point is, we often talk about can Paul deflect the golden path? What's going to happen? Can he stop it? And the answer is yes, to be honest with you, but you'll get the conditions for it here. Every single person in this cave needs to die for this not to happen, including himself and his mother. If he died this instant, the thing would go on through his mother and his unborn sister. Nothing less than the death of everyone here. Paul, including Paul and Jessica, could stop this thing. That's an interesting way of putting it, isn't it? I'm going to have to take a wee quick run to the bathroom, folks. If you'll excuse me for a wee second, and we'll have a wee chat about that when we get back. But simply put, as I said, we found out in the previous chapter, I can't remember, is it either 30 or 40 Fremen in this troop? I think it was, oh goodness. I think we questioned, is it possible for Jessica to kill all these people with her abilities, with the voice, etc.? Could her and Paul take out that many Fremen? It's possible, maybe. I think the argument is that there's too many of them that we get them. But simply put, if there's two people here, Paul and Jessica, and if it was 40, let's say there's now 39 because Jamis is dead, then 41 people need to die for the entire universe not to die, if you like. And that's not a very, should we just kill for, if you see what I mean. There's his way out. Everyone here in this cavern needs to die, me and my mother included, and then billions of people will not die, because we'll find out later that's when we get to Dune Messiah, that's exactly what happens. Excuse me, I'll be right back, folks. I'm just going to nip to the loo very quickly. There we go, back, folks. Sorry about that. Right, we'll push on, shall we? I'm not sure if there's too many of these left there. It's getting late here. It's 1:38 in the morning here. But these are big, chunky chapters, and I suppose we're getting distracted a wee bit, but I'm always happy about that. So, but yeah, I'd be really interested in seeing that movie about Robert E. Howard. That would be good. I don't think there's very much on him, is there? He's maybe seen as a bit weird. Right. Where did we get to? Yeah, I cannot let this happen. Juggernaut, nothing less than the death of everybody here, himself and his mother included, could stop this thing. So he stares around him. 58 in my notes. Here we go. Paul stared around, saw the troops spread out in a line. They press him forward against a low barrier, and it's carved out of native rock. And beyond this barrier, he saw an unruffled, dark surface of water, stretched away into the shadows, deep and black, and the far wall only faintly visible about 100 meters away. We're told that Jessica felt this, and we had this earlier, felt the dry pulling of skin on her cheeks and forehead, relaxing this time in the presence of moisture. The pool was deep, and she could sense its deepness. And she resists the desire to put her hand in it. And can you imagine, from what we're about to learn here, what would happen if she did? I think that would be something very, very bad indeed. So let's see. Jessica felt the water pool was deep, but a splashing sound on her left. And she looked down the shadowy line of Fremen and saw a still guy with Paul beside him and water masters emptying the load into a pool through a flow meter. Another piece of tech here. Meter was a round grey eye above the pool's rim. She saw its glowing pointer move as water flowed through it and saw the pointer stop at 33 litres in 7 3/32 drams. And Jessica's thoughts here. Superb accuracy in water measurement. And yeah, this is going to be a big clue about the culture of the Fremen here. She noticed the walls of the meter trough held no trace of water, moisture after the water's passage. The water flows off the walls without building tension. And she saw this as a profound clue to Fremen technology in a simple fact. They are perfectionists. And I think that's really interesting. There's no such thing as perfection. Unless you want to argue it's the universe itself or something like that. But perfection does not exist in the realms of men, as far as I'm concerned. And it's interesting, we were talking the other week about people say, I teach them things on here. I learn things here every week from you guys. I was saying that one of the things and I should have known this, probably maybe I forgot, but something that I picked up the other week, and it was down to you guys, was the difference between accuracy and precision. And I think I said at the time, I thought they were synonyms, and I was pointing off I went and looked and went, wow, that's quite interesting. And probably I should have known stuff like that. I'm trying to figure out why I didn't. But superb accuracy in water measurement. She noticed the walls of the meter trough held no trace of water moisture after the water's passage. Sorry, I backed up a wee bit. They're perfectionists. And in their technology, in their equipment, in their way of life, etc., etc. I think perfection is an unattainable goal. Don't know what you think about it. Carlos Criselli said, no, sorry, I saw it at a friend's place and we missed the beginning. Vincent was extraordinary. I can figure it out from his career. I've written it down. There you go. Because I do like Vincent D'Onofrio. I thought he's a very good actor. I can't think I've seen him. I'm saying that I don't really see much of anything these days, but I can't think I've seen him in anything recently. But he's incredible in Full Metal Jacket. I think it's probably the first place I saw Vincent D'Onofrio, and wow, what a fantastic actor! You know, he's done all. I think he saw him, isn't he? Men in Black as well, but I thought he was exceptionally good in Full Metal Jacket. But then I think most of the actors are exceptionally good in that film anyway. There we go. I'm over the page. Sorry, let's see. superb accuracy in water measurement. That's where that's number 60. All these notes. A profound clue. She's still trying to figure these people out. She works her way down to Stilgar and Paul. And a way is made for her with casual courtesy. She notes the withdrawn look in Paul's eyes. But the mystery of this great pool of water dominated her thoughts. This, real focus on water and moisture. Again, it's about, I think it's trying to figure out the Fremen here as well. Pardon me. Stilgar looks at her. Thank goodness she didn't dip her hand in the water. There were those among us in need of water, yet they would come here and not touch this water. Do you know that? Jessica said, I believe it. Yeah, and I can believe that with these people. Absolutely. I think it's a very interesting response and question. A question response, sorry. And Stilgar looks at Paul. We have more than 30. Here we go. We're getting a bit of the Fremen dream here. We have more than 38 million decaliters. I'll just put a wee note here. That's 38 billion liters. Deca meaning 10 in Latin and Greek. Walled off from the little makers, hidden and preserved. A treasure trove, says Jessica. And he lifts the globe and looks into her eyes. It is greater than treasure. We have thousands of such cases. Only a few of us know them all. And I put next to that cells. That's a bit like, I suppose it's a guerrilla way of thinking. You don't give everybody all the information, and just in case somebody's captured. It's also how terrorists operate as well. Cocked his head to one side. You hear that? And they listened. Oh goodness, this is a big massive note, this one. The dripping of water precipitated from the wind trap filled the room with its presence. Jessica saw that the entire troop was caught up in a rapture of listening. Only Paul seemed to stand remote from it. Drips of water, if they can't touch it, but it's water, you can hear it, they can, this kind of thing, don't touch, but enjoy it in every other possible way. I think that the whole troop is kind of listening to this drip, drip, drip. I don't know if you've ever sat and listened to the dripping of water. I do it quite a lot. Because it's Northern Ireland, I suppose. But I was doing it today, and I find it quite interesting. I don't know why, but I just like listening to water drip. Probably a thing that makes most people want to go to the toilet. Paul seemed to stand out. We constantly switching back between Paul and Jessica's point of view, I suppose, here. But really, it's the focus on Jessica in this chapter, but it'll end with Paul focusing on his mother. To Paul, the sound was like moments ticking away. He could feel time flowing through him, the instants never to be recaptured. He sensed a need for decision, but felt powerless to move. It sounds like the moments ticking away. It's very different for him, isn't it? This time sense moving through. And we're getting a sense a wee bit within this chapter that Paul's prescient vision, his other memory, his race conscious, all of this is starting to build, isn't it? It's really coming through here a lot. We've had little bits of it here, little bits of it there. Oh, I had a dream here. Paul's starting to experience this almost in immersion, I think. So Stilgar talks again. We're learning about the water rituals, the way the Fremen treat water, the level of precision, the specialization, to the point of perfection, if you like, that they use in capturing water. Here we go. It is, and we talked about accuracy, precision coming up. It has been calculated with precision. I said this was pointed out to me the other day, a couple of episodes back, I thought accuracy and precision were synonyms. They are not. Have a wee look on Wikipedia and you'll get an education, because I did. And very, very interesting. It has been calculated with precision, Stilgar whispered. We know to within 1,000,000 decaliters, that's 1 billion liters, how much we need. How much we need. When we have it, we shall change the face of Arrakis. And a hushed whisper of response lifted from the troop. By La Kaifa. More of the religious intonation, if you like, and the inclination of the Fremen. It has been calculated. Oh, hang on, read that again. Sorry, this is all this speech and response. It has been calculated with precision. Just read this wee bit. We know to within 1,000,000 decaliters how much we need. When we have it, we shall change the face of Arrakis. The troop, by La Kaifa. By La Kaifa. Sorry, sometimes I pronounce these things wrong. It's my handwriting. Stilgar says, we will trap the dunes beneath grass plantings. So this is the plan, isn't it? This is the dream. We will tie the water into the soil with trees and undergrowth. By La Kaifa. Each year, the polar ice retreats. By La Kaifa, says the troop. We will make a homeworld of Arrakis, with melting lenses at the poles, with lakes in the temperate zones that only the deep desert for the maker and his spice. By La Kaifa. Ultimately, that's what ends up, isn't it? There's only a little, when we get far on down with the God Emperor, there's only a tiny little serir where the worms can hang around. Melting lenses, they're going to melt the polar ice. That's dumb, I think, in this case. Of course, just because of the nature of the planet. And we talk about these things, of course, we're looking for planets these days with polar ice, if you like. It's a good example of how we'd set off into space exploration. Water is essential there, and we're looking for it. But in this case, I suppose, if they're the major source of moisture and water on the planet, I wouldn't melt them. It's an interesting approach, this, and there's some of the things that I suppose ultimately, ecologically speaking, don't make sense within this, you know. And of course, ultimately, if you follow the Fremen dream, this dream will lead to the destruction of Arrakis and the destruction of the Fremen. And I'm pretty sure the Fremen are gone before the planet is. But it's been a lot. You'll have to forgive me on that. It's been a long time since I've got through the Dune novels. I did this stuff a long, long time ago. So the last few books are a bit fuzzy in my memory. Most of the work I've done is within the first 4 books, if you like. That's because I got told I couldn't do it. And so all the stuff that was going to go, I got my 3 chapters done in the PhD, and I'd maxed out my word length and had gone well past it. So I was forced to cut a ridiculous amount of work from my PhD. Simply for the reason that, well, certainly within this country, no other academic wants you doing bigger work, more work, or better work than they do. You know, so they want you to throw their limitations upon you. But I had a 200,000 word PhD on 3 chapters, so almost half my work got lost, and I removed 3 other chapters. Sadly. Goodness, can you imagine me trying to make all those videos these days with all that work? So maybe it's for the best. We will make a homeworld of Arrakis with melting lenses at the poles, with lakes in the temperate zones, and only the deep desert for the maker and his spice. By La Kaifa. And no man shall ever again want for water. It shall be his. For dipping from well or pond or lake or canal, we shall run down through the canets to feed our plants. It shall be there for any man to take. It shall be his for holding out his hand. Quite a male-centric speech, isn't it? As always with the Fremen. But yeah, very religious, isn't it? Everything about the Fremen. It's the water is it's in everything that they do. Every aspect of their social lives, their religious lives, their political lives, their economic lives, even their sex lives, you know, all sort, it's there. And I suppose that it's the point that Herbert's trying to make is the shows of people who are in complete symbiosis with their environment and the needs of that environment and the hostility of that environment and how they've completely adapted with this, I suppose. And ultimately, whenever I must point this out, by the way, that the Fremen are perfectionists, but how are they perfectionists? They're technological perfectionists. We're about to read. Here we go. This is the bit that I'm going to. I said this earlier. There's a point in this, but where we think not much of Jessica. Here, this is it. Jessica felt the religious ritual in his words and noted her own instinctively odd response. Here are her thoughts. They're in league with the future. They have their mountains to climb. This is the scientist's dream. And here you go. At this point, I'm hoping that your opinion of Jessica should change. These simple these simple people, these peasants are filled with it. I just thought, oh, that's not very nice, is it? Well, it'll get worse. Jessica's thoughts here now turn to Liat Kynes, the Emperor's planetary ecologist. The man who'd gone native. I have a problem with that statement there. It's not that Kynes has gone native. Kynes is native. Liat Kynes is a native. It's his father that isn't. But Pardo marries a Fremen and gives birth to Liat Kynes. Liat Kynes is born on Arrakis, and as far as I can tell, within the series of the books, he never leaves it, and that his position as planetary ecologist is granted to him because of the Pfeiffer-like system, because his father is a planetologist, he becomes one. But as far as I can tell, and obviously there's the whole, the judge of the change, etc., but that's possibly down to communications. As far as I can tell, Liat Kynes hasn't left this planet. And I don't know if anybody can spot anything that would suggest otherwise. But Liat Kynes is a native, as far as I'm aware, of Arrakis. He's born there. And that's what the word native means, by the way. It's to do with natal, to where you're born, birth. Your nation is where you're born. If you're a nationalist, you're bigoted towards the place you're born in. And nativity is to do with birth. So all of these, that's what the word nation, native, etc., all of these words come from the same thing. The man who'd gone native, and she wondered at him. This was a dream to capture men's souls. Sensed the hand of the ecologist in it, a dream for which men would die willingly. Another of essential ingredients she felt her son needed. Wow. As I said, if we get through Dune and we don't think that the Atreides, we think that the Atreides are what a bunch of guys, they are heroes, and so is Paul. All the clues are here. And I've pointed this out to a number of people that most of us figure out that Paul Atreides is, oh no, what's gone wrong in Dune Messiah? All the clues, everything's in Dune. It's subtle, but it's all there. These people are not to be trusted. The Atreides are not good guys. Look what they say. Look what they think about the Fremen. And you have to think about the Fremen in that sense. We tend to focus on the heroic. And I'd argue that really the bulk of the Dune follows the story of the Bene Gesserit, though there's in the background in the first few books. But that's the common thread throughout it. But the Atreides are not nice people, and they're here to manipulate these people, and ultimately it'll destroy them. But her thoughts here are not nice. Peasant. If someone called me a peasant, I'd put them out. If you see what I mean, I don't know how any of you would react to being called a peasant or a simple person. But I dare say you wouldn't like it one bit. I would react, yeah. If someone called me a peasant, I would take it as an insult. And I would have lots of good words for them, if you see, that are well beyond that. But it's and here we get to it. It's a dream that the ecologist put in. These people would die willingly. Whenever we get to Appendix 1, the part of kinds thing, we'll see the true horror of how the Fremen die willingly for these men's dreams. Their men die, their women die, their children die. And where he points, they go, and they die willingly, you know. Well, of course, BBP, Atreides have a strong propaganda team. Strong's not the word. BBP, the Atreides do propaganda better than everyone else. It's right there in the book. So you're at strong is a good term, but it's not good enough. They are the masters of it. Nobody does and you'd even think with the Harkonnen and so on, they must be pretty good at it, but nobody does propaganda better than the Atreides. A very good point. Strong, I'd say, is not strong enough a word, but thank you. It's a good comment. And yeah, peasants. It really does. We have that term earlier, but she talks about concubines, you know, but not realizing that she is one. But for a second, I suppose. But yeah, it's a derogatory term. Again, it's possibly a term for the Pfeiffer likes. The Fremen kind of exist outside of that. But yeah, it's these peasants are filled with it. It's going to get worse, isn't it? Leto's when we meet Leto, he's hipped up on narcotics, hopped up, hippity hop. No, yeah, he all the way through. There, most of the Atreides seem to. It's not just the reliance on shields. I think that's notable of the Atreides. It's the reliance on drugs, and in particular stimulants. Doesn't it keep them awake? I would say that they're not narcotics because they put you to sleep. Narcotics, if you see what I mean, is in that particular brand. They're yeah, but he's a druggie, and yeah, even throughout the whole thing, a person, you know, stimulants keeping them awake all the time, drugs just because he won't sleep. This kind of thing, it obviously has an effect on his mind, I think. But you would not think clearly. I'm a person that's gone forth. The most that I've ever gone without sleep is 4 days. And I can tell you that I was on drugs to keep me awake, you know, stimulants. And I'm absolutely insane on the 4th day. I can hear, you know, cockroaches shuffling half a mile. You have hyper awareness almost that everything's, you're super sensitive when you go that long without sleep. 3 days is bad enough. I never thought I would do 4. I think I had 50 hours sleep out of something like 380 hours over the point where I was looking after my father. I had to sort of say to my father's doctor and the nurses coming in that I'm trying to care for him, but I'm now at the point where I'm past being fatigued and I have a sleep disorder. So I'm very well aware of this kind of thing. And you know, I can go a lot further without sleep than the average Joe. And I understand at a point where my head will go. If you see what I mean, I can still think reasonably well, but I'll make bad mistakes. And at the point where I was that fatigued with my dad, looking after my dad, actually, I can't really explain why. But somebody withdrew. Somebody made a phone call and got rid of all my father's carers. Oh, sorry, not all of them, a quarter of them. Leaving me to take up the slack, if you like. And it meant that I had to go without a lot less sleep and, you know, kind of trying to fill in the gap because I was covering 12 hours a day for my dad and the carers were covering the other 12, and then we lost a quarter of the carers because somebody broke the law and phoned up and told these people to go away and fired them. And unfortunately, the carers believed this person who they were, and yeah. Sorry, jumping into these things, but just to do with without sleep, and how much it started to concern me, you know, in terms of being able to look after my dad, etc. You know, I had an emergency backup, which is my wife, and that was the time to call her in. You know, but yeah, the Atreides are genocidal mass murderers, hopped up on drugs, as you say, BBP, and they're not nice people at all. And I suppose whenever you look at the Atreides and the Harkonnens, of course, Paul and Jessica are Harkonnens, but there is virtually no difference between them. Virtually none. It's how they're presented, I suppose, and it's the epigraphs in the book. We're all told to admire Duke Leto all the way through, but we've analysed the heck out of him, and he's not a nice guy. He's not a smart guy. And the bit for me that where it comes in is where they actually wonder if where Leto and Thufir wonder if Jessica's potentially an Harkonnen assassin or simply someone out for revenge, and they actually ask, do you think we murdered her parents? A long time ago, is it possible we killed her parents? And the whole point of that conversation is absolutely, it's possible we killed her parents. And they have that little conversation tells you everything about the Atreides. I think they're not nice people. And it's how you want to think about them. And of course, we always say that the name is loaded. If we understand who the Atreides are from the Atreidai from Greek history, and mythology, that name is just, oh goodness, you should expect an awful lot of bad things. Here we go, though. People with a goal. Since the hand of the ecologist in it, a dream for which men would die willingly, another of the essential ingredients that she felt her son needed. People with a goal. It's one way of putting it. Here's another way. Such people would be easy to imbue with fervor and fanaticism. They could be wielded like a sword to win Paul's place back for him. That's appalling, isn't it? So she's objectified the Fremen, that they sees them as a tool, as a weapon, something to be used. These peasants. How much do you admire Jessica now? Because you should admire her all the way up to the previous chapter. Right now, I don't like her at all. Sounds like a member of the British Aristocracy or the British government, pretty much. It's an appalling statement. These are her thoughts, aren't they? They should appall you. They appall me. If you ever treat another human being as a peasant, if you go up and call someone a peasant, not that she's doing, this is her thoughts. This isn't how she behaves externally. This is her internal process and who she really is. If you called me a peasant, and I'm not a violent, but I would take you apart verbally and have a right go at you and disparage your mother. That kind of thing. It's an appalling way to think. But it's a feudal way of thinking. We use the term feudal, feudal. Same thing. Know your place is what it means. And in fact, if you want to condense feudalism, all of that kind of thing, into one phrase, know your place and stay in it. That's what it pretty much means. But they're a weapon, and that's what she sees them as. Interestingly enough, and I don't know what you think about this, guys, but the Kwisatz Haderach is also a weapon to be wielded by the Bene Gesserit. Just think of the order Jessica comes from. There you go. I just saw that popped up on the screen, and that's where I was going. Absolutely. This is the. She wants to. She's got the conceit, if you like, the way the Bene Gesserit would put it. Oh, you're going to produce the Kwisatz Haderach? Yeah, she has. She's gone ahead and done it, and she knows why. And yeah, it's fully within her. Maybe she's been educated, brought up that way. But also remember that Paul is a weapon. As BBP says, just think of the order Jessica comes from. In this context, what she wants to use the Fremen for is exactly the same reason that the Kwisatz Haderach is to be used by the Bene Gesserit as a weapon. And the point is to wield that weapon. The Bene Gesserit, it's a weapon that's so destructive that you need to be behind it, if you see what I mean. Think of it as a big laser. Everything that you move in front of you would cut you. As long as you're behind it, it's not going to hurt you. But it objectifies these people in a way and reduces, in fact, dehumanizes them entirely. She doesn't see they're a sword, sees them as to be wielded like a sword. And that I can imbue these people with fervor and fanaticism. I can manipulate the hell out of these people. And of course, we know that's what part of the missionary protective is all about. and these two chapters together, I think, as they're both dense, but especially the previous chapter, where she's silenced a good bit, but it's the manipulation, the missionary protective, about how to manipulate the situation to get them to safety, etc. Somebody else has messed with it. And of course, it's Leah Kynes and Pardo Kynes to catch men. So she sensed the hand of the ecologist in it, and she's been wondering in the previous chapter who's been mucking around with the missionary protective. There's someone else here. It's the Kynes family. So we leave now, says Stilgar, and wait for the first moon's rising. When Jamis is safely on his way, we'll go home. Another superstition that doesn't quite make sense, because Chani pointed out that Jamis has left the water previously, but maybe it's he's not left the rest of his remains or something. The part of the superstition is the rising of the first moon, which is the hand, and that's when Jamis is safely on his way. So they're still talking about him in the present. We will go home. So Jamis is again. They're thinking of him taking wee Dander down to the underworld or something like that. And the troop, whispering reluctance, turn back the way they came. So Paul, walking behind Chani, felt a vital moment had passed him. He'd missed an essential decision, and I think this one sentence is incredibly important. He was now. Let me just read it from the text here. That he had missed an essential decision and was now caught up in his own myth. Pardon me, and I've highlighted the word myth here. Mythology is incredibly important to this book. The understanding of what it is to be a myth, to make a myth, to create a myth, to participate in a myth, to control it, if you like, is a fundamental of this story. And if you understand that, particularly when we talk about, you must have a sense of, as the quote is, we must have a sense of the sardonic, to go about this. You must have a sense of the grimly humorous, if you like. And we get a little bit, of course, caught up in his own myth. And Paul Atreides is going to be a myth, isn't he? His story will be mythical. We already know this because of every epigraph that we read in this book, from the far future or near future, telling us the story of Muad'Dib. It is mythical already, and we should have that sense of it. He knew he'd seen this place before, experienced in a fragment of prescient dreams on faraway Caladan, details of a place now being filled in now that he'd not seen. So this is another example of Paul having a vision of the future from the past, but not being quite the same. His presence in the reality of the now here fills in the things that he doesn't see in his vision, that focuses on a certain thing, because there's other things around it. I suppose the devil's in the details, I like to say, but it's the little details that are fleshing out his visions, and that makes them slightly different than what he's seen in the past. And he feels a new sense of wonder at the limits of his gift. And I think that's also really important. There are limitations. As though he rode within the wave of time, sometimes in its trough and sometimes on its crest. And all around him other waves lifted and fell, revealing and then hiding what they bore on their surface. And here we go, this word, jihad. We've talked about the word before, folks, by the way, on previous episodes, of course. Is it it's been a wee while since I've seen the Denis Villeneuve film. I can't remember if the word jihad is replaced with crusade or not. I'm trying to think. Um, but as I've pointed out before, if the two words jihad and crusade have they do not mean the same thing at all, not even remotely close. And I encourage you all to have a wee look at the actual etymology of these words if you're not too sure. Jihad is a word that imbues fear in the modern world, I think. Just to have a wee look at it, struggle or effort, for example. A crusade is done in the name of the cross, and I think crusades are much more murderous than jihads. Arabic word, just go with jihad on Wikipedia here, literally means striving or struggling, especially with a praiseworthy aim. In an Islamic context, apologies, it can refer to almost any effort to make personal and social life conform with God's guidance, such as a struggle against one's own evil inclinations, proselytizing, or efforts towards the moral betterment of the Muslim community or ummah, though it is most frequently associated with war. There you go. So jihad is not, again, has I'd say a meaning, a nuanced meaning, but crusades, that's the crux, isn't it? So crusade, from the Latin crux with cross, and I suppose we have a range of Romance languages, apology, for Spanish cruzado, English cruzado, French croisé, state of being marked with the cross. Spanish is cruzado. This is just off typing in crusade. And French croisade, English crusade from the late 16th century onwards. Literally being the state of being marked with the cross. So a jihad and a crusade are not even remotely similar in any way whatsoever. I think crusades are arguably have probably killed a lot more people than jihads over the years. All I'm trying to point out here, folks, is they're not interchangeable. They're not cultural synonyms. For example, a jihad is not a crusade, and there's nuance to both of these words. You can blame the media for how the modern world looks at those words, I suppose. I don't know if can you hear the rain. I wonder about this. We talk about the many types of rain here, but we've got super heavy rain going out the back. I can hear it rightly. Pardon me. Super heavy rain type 74 in Northern Ireland. I must catalogue all these types of rain. So yeah, it's worth pointing out. Through it all, the wild jihad still loomed ahead of him, the violence and the slaughter. Like a promontory above this. It was like a promontory above the surf. And yeah, again, we had that crest and wave and tries, didn't we? The troop filed through the last door into the main cavern, and the door was sealed. The lights are extinguished and the hoods are removed from the cavern openings to reveal the night and the stars over the desert. And again, from Jessica's point of view, we're on our way to the end, folks. This is good. Let's see. Jessica moved to the dry lip of the cavern's edge, looked up at the stars. Sounds a bit like Jared Manley Hopkins there. My favorite poem is The Starlight Night. Look at the stars, look up at look at the skies, look up at the stars, or look at all the fire folk sitting in there. Oh God, my head's away with it tonight. Don't even think I can remember that properly. Have to poke at my memory. Open up the old room. She moved to the dry lip of the cavern, looked up at the stars. They were sharp and near. She felt the stirring of the troop around her, heard the sound of a balisette being tuned somewhere behind her, and Paul's voice humming the pitch. There was a melancholy in his tone that she did not like. Channy's voice, where are we? 71. Channy's voice intruded. And of course, this is one of those quotes that we know that's been mucked about a bit with, but it's, I think, David Lynch, isn't it? In the Dune film, David Lynch version, it's tell me about the waters of your homeworld, Usul. But of course, in the book, it's tell me about the waters of your birth world, Paul Muad'Dib. I actually thought David Lynch had it phrased better within the script, to be honest with you. It sounds better. And Paul says, another time, Channy, I promise. Such sadness. That thought comes from Jessica, I've written. It's a good balisette, Channy said. Very good. Do you think Jamis will mind me using it? And again, we're getting Jessica's thoughts quite a bit here. He speaks of the dead in the present tense. The implication disturbed her. In fact, it's the way the Fremen are speaking of Jamis, isn't it? I don't know what you think, but that to me shows that Paul's more in tune with the way the Fremen are thinking at this point than Jessica is. Because, pardon me, he speaks the dead in the present tense, implication disturbed her. We back up. Pardon me. If we go back a moment or two, let's see, it's where are we? The bit about where we talk about the plenty of moisture in the trap tonight. Jamis's way of telling us he's satisfied. He is satisfied. That's also present tense. It seems to be the Fremen are talking as if Jamis is still about, Do you think he'll mind me using it? He speaks of the dead in the present tense. Implication disturbed her. A man's voice intruded. He liked music by times, Jamis did. It's possibly a way of saying don't give us a tune, but it's letting him know that he did like music now and then. Would he mind? And Channy pleaded, then sing me one of your songs. Again, Jessica's point, such feminine allure in that girl child's voice. I must caution Paul about their women. And soon, and we had this earlier in the chapter, right way back at the beginning. So Paul tells us this was a song. He's got to do a little number for you right now. This is a song of a friend of mine. I expect he's dead now. You can almost imagine him on stage. I'd just like to sing a wee song of a friend of mine. He's dead now, but Gurney is. But he called it his evening song. And here we go. It has that sense of kind of, I don't know, Vic Reeves club sound or something like that. So the troop grew still. Paul's voice, we're told, is a sweet boy tenor with the balisette tinkling and strumming behind it. So often how people's voices are described within Dune. Sweet boy tenor is not something we really heard applied to Paul's voices, I think, before. Paul's voice, sorry. So Jessica felt the music in her breast pagan and charged with sounds. That's an interesting word, pagan, by the way, if you look at the etymology of it. And it made her suddenly aware of herself, feeling her own body and needs. And she listened with a tense stillness. Oh, hang on. Sorry, the song. I've got to read this. I've missed that wee bit. I apologize. Let's back up. The troop grew still, listening as Paul's voice lifted in a sweet boy tenor with the balisette tinkling and strumming by the hit. So here we go. This clear time of seeing embers, a gold bright sun lost in first dusk. What frenzied senses, desperate musk, or consort of remembering. Then we have that wee bit about Jessica. Felt the verbal music in her breast, pagan and charged with sounds that made her suddenly and intensely aware of herself, feeling her own body and its needs. She listened with tense stillness. That contrasts to Paul losing his sense of self earlier, if you remember. Night's pearls censored requiem. I can't sing. 'Tis for us. What joys run then? I wonder what tunes we should put to these things. Bright in your eyes, what flower-spangled amores pull at our hearts. What flower-spangled amores fill our desires. It's a love song, isn't it? Even though it says Gurney called it his even song. It is a love song. In fact, just to read through it in one run, this clear time of seeing embers, a gold bright sun lost in first dusk. What frenzied senses desperate musk, our consort of remembering. Night's pearl censored requiem, 'tis for us, what joys run then. Bright in your eyes, what flower spangled amores. Pull at our hearts, what flower spangled amores. Fill our desires. There we go. One of Gurney's greatest hits. I do really have a problem with some of the poetry and songs in this. And I suppose it's one of those things that unless you can put a tune to it, you're not quite sure how it would go. Carlos Crisella said Vincent had most recently been the Kingpin in Marvel's Daredevil and Hawkeye series. Oh, I wouldn't have watched either of those. Very compelling characters done by him. That's the Netflix Daredevil series. Oh, yeah, I'm Carlos, as somebody from this country, we never got many Marvel comics, etc. as a kid, and for me, British comics were much more. I didn't. I would have read a few of them actually, but I'm not a Marvel fan, and at all. I mean, I go see the films and stuff, but they're getting a bit crap, to be honest. It's saturation point, isn't it? But British comics, I suppose in this country, I would only got the odd Spider, the Marvel comics. If they're Marvel, never saw a Batman comic. Spider-Man was about the only guy I would ever see in Northern Ireland as a child. And apart from that, ROM, Space Knight, Micronauts, and Guardians of the Galaxy that's all the Marvel I ever saw. Occasionally the Hulk, but I don't know. More of a TV show, I suppose. But yeah, and so the whole American superhero thing, I don't know. It's just not Judge Dredd, is it? I grew up with very adult comics. 2000 AD was pulling punches way above its weight, and I've been reading it since I was 4. And unfortunately for me, whenever I encountered Marvel comics, I just went, well, the art wasn't as good. The coloring was appalling compared to British comics, which mostly went black and white, except for their front covers and back cover, and then center pages. If you like, they would do a little bit of color. But yeah, I never got into it. Marvel. It's a lot of these characters that Stan Lee created, repurposing superheroes or I suppose almost animalistic things and just giving them alliterative names, really, But not that I don't like some of them. But I've never read any kind of Marvel comic at all. All the way through. They would you would find one occasionally in a shop, and that was it. The next week, if you went in, you wouldn't get the next one. If you see what I mean. I don't know why, but I'm growing up in the 70s and early 80s. And as much as, you always see them advertise all these comics in the back of them, but you never got them here. Whenever you did, you compared them to things like 2000 AD and Star-Lord. Not the Star-Lord from Guardians of the Galaxy, the other Star-Lord. And we didn't have that many comics here, but they were just way above and beyond. And to be honest with you, something I haven't read 2000 AD in a while, but it was the big the American comics people used to come over and periodically steal all the 2000 AD people, and you will know them all now. They're all over the place, but they just come over to America because they got paid better. But you're talking, Garth Ennis, all of them basically. America stole periodically. This is the thing that used to bother you reading 2000 AD. And in fact, it used to make me hate Americans. And I don't hate Americans anymore. It's simply you came and stole our comic book writers. You came and stole our comic book artists. And quite rightly, to be honest, because they were paid bugger all over here. If there's a wee video, by the way, DVD. I've got it about here somewhere, and it's brilliant, and it's all about 2000 AD. It's a proper documentary, and it really just it highlights all of that stuff, you know. But yeah, I don't mind having a look at them. Daredevil and Hawkeye. You know, did they double those two up? Isn't Daredevil blind? That's it's an odd pairing, isn't it? Hawkeye is just about. I don't know. Yeah, I've kind of I haven't been to see a Marvel film in a while, and I'll watch them on Netflix or something, but I wouldn't go to a cinema to watch them. I think the last one I saw in the cinema was Doctor Strange, the first one, and it wasn't too bad. But yeah, they're just all the same pretty much. I think it's a bit sad. Sorry, we'll wrap up here a wee second. Just get to the end of this passage. We finished off this wee song. Anyway, here we go. This is really important. Jessica heard the after stillness that hummed in the air with the last note. Why does my son sing a love song to that girl child? And she felt, and again, we keep getting this, an abrupt fear throughout this chapter, could sense life flowing around her, with no grasp on its reins. Why would that make you fearful? That this girl emanates life? That's what she's saying here. What she's thinking. Life flowing around her. Oh, sorry, hang on, maybe I've read that wrong. She could sense life flowing around her, and she had no grasp on its reins. Apologies. I must have did it. Felt them about it. Could sense life flowing around. Yeah. I was wondering if that's to do with Chani. Why did he choose that song? She wondered. The instincts are true sometimes. Why did he do this? Now, the very end. It's quite a grim little ending to this chapter, isn't it? In fact, it's quite disturbing, I would say. Pardon me. Paul sat silent in the darkness, a single stark thought dominating his awareness. Jessica's awareness is dominated earlier by water, moisture, all of that. Here's the thought that dominates Paul's awareness. My mother is my enemy. She does not know it, but she is. She is bringing the jihad. She bore me. She trained me. She is my enemy. Wow, what a way to end a chapter. Once upon a time, I thought my mother was my enemy. Just to explain this, I suppose. And it's going back to when I was a teenager. And the instance that I'm talking about is it was to do with religion. When before my mother passed away, she renounced her Catholicism and asked me not to tell. Well, basically said as much, but said don't tell anybody in the family. Make sure I get a Catholic funeral. And she just didn't buy it anymore. And believe it or not, my mum was a person who started reading late in life. My grandmother was a great reader, and it was kind of after my grandmother passing. Me and my granny used to share libraries, I suppose. I used to go to the library when I was a little kid. And in this country, you get 8 little cards in the library, and I used to go and pick 8, probably Michael Moorcock, fantasy books, these little short. If you look at a lot of these books, used to get these on carousels and stuff. Books like the fantasy sci-fi books by our some of our golden age authors, etc. And you can read them real quick. That Michael Moorcock's book there, The Bane of the Black Sword, isn't even 200 pages. Stormbringer just comes in at 250. You can read books like that real fast. And so I used to go to the library every 2 weeks and come back with 8 books for myself and 8 books for my granny. And she liked the Mills and Boons and stuff, and I would do my best to try and remember what ones I'd bought her. But my mother came to reading quite late in life. just wasn't her thing. And my mother wasn't educated. The men in her brothers were educated, and she wasn't. But that's again, Northern Ireland's a disgusting society where we treat women like shit. Um, and so got my mother after my granny. My granny was a great reader and encouraged me to read. And after she passed, my mum decided to start reading. My mum took an interest in what I was doing, and she read all 6 books of Frank Herbert's Dune. She read all sorts. I remember my brother rather condescendingly saying to her, I took my mother a copy of Candide by Voltaire in hospital once, and my brother and his wife saying, "What did you bring that for your mother for? Do you think she can't understand that?" Twat. She understood it perfectly and enjoyed it and thought it was very funny. And I still don't think my brother and his wife have ever fucking read it. But simply put, my mother is my enemy. Once upon a time when I was a teenager, bit of a bump against my mum, and I thought that way about her. And then, of course, my parents. It depends on how you grow up and what sort of family you have, I suppose. But both my parents became my friends as an adult. I suppose, which helped enormously when it came to caring for them, I suppose. But the idea that mother is my enemy, it's a teenage thing. It's about growth. But at the same time, here within this, and remember that Dune's a Bildungsroman, coming of age novel. It's not just a teenager rebelling against his mother's desires for him. He doesn't want to kill billions of people across the universe, but no matter what, if he kills himself right now, his mother will do it. And she'll use his unborn daughter. Everything about the jihad's to do with Jessica. And it's as simple as that. And if she's gotten on board, she's sparing the daughter, is the potential of Alia being a Kwisatz Haderach. And we know that the Kwisatz Haderach has to be a male, but still, in terms of other memory, it starts to become problematic. But it's an interesting statement, and you can look at it in one sense as a teenager rebelling against his mother, but in another sense as this teenager understanding what his mother. If I die right now, and this is the problem for us as readers, and how we look at Paul Atreides. I won't let this evil thing happen, is what he's telling you in this chapter. It's not going to happen. I will stop it. I won't allow it. And so you get the sense that, I suppose you probably understand this from, there's all sorts of ways of looking at this. If I'm going to kill billions of people, I can't live with that. I'll kill myself and stop it from happening. And there you get a moral decision from Paul Atreides that makes us admire him and like him in that sense. He doesn't want it to happen, but it's a bit of a devil and between the devil and the deep blue sea, this kind of thing, I suppose. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. The only way that this cannot happen is if for Paul to kill every single person in this cavern right here and now, including his mother and his unborn sister, and then to commit suicide himself. That's how the jihad will not happen. We're told quite clearly. If it's not just enough to remove himself, like Uliet, when we find out later with Pardo Kent, he can't just do it. It's not him. And this is part of what Dune's about. He's our hero. Is it him that's going to lead the jihad? Is it him that's going to do this? No. It's all done in his name by those around him. Everyone is killed in his name. Does he kill them? No. And how does he rule? Through his legions, etc. But simply put, we're seeing a real hint of what Jessica wants here. And it's not necessarily lining up with what Paul wants. I don't know what you think about it, but here in Paul's mind, we get a moral decision that maintains him as our hero. If he went, oh wow, they're going to wipe out millions of people in my name, Sure, that's okay. We'd have a real problem with this character right here and now, and instead that problem's transferred to Jessica. If you see what I mean, by her thoughts, we get to see her internal thoughts here, and yeah, they're concerning, aren't they? These peasant scum is pretty much is what she's saying, are the perfect weapon for me to manipulate and turn into a sword that my son can wield to get back what he wants, his rightful place, because it's his God-given right, because he's a noble. Um, for any of you looking at the United Kingdom, Great Britain, etc., you can see that we've obviously you probably know that. Well, how would you not know that Queen Elizabeth II is dead? But along comes we've now got Charles III coming along. He's not been, and it's just this sense of I don't know. It's if you understand royalty, all of us are below them. We're beneath them. We don't. They have different blood, and this is genuinely, I think, what these nutters. I don't know if they believe it or not. In fact, I know. I'm pretty sure they don't. There's a comment within Dune that the houses of the Landsra, the ruling classes, are mainly agnostic. They don't believe in religion, or they're not sure about it, but they use it. And excuse me, a wee second. If, for example, if you look at things like Plato's Republic, you'll see like the ancient Greeks have a complete understanding of religion and don't believe in it. Zeus isn't going to come down and twat me for calling him an asshole, basically. But within the Republic, Plato will tell you, yeah, but we can use and manipulate religion, keep the people under control. That's what it's good for. The Romans understand this when they create the New Testament. It's all about keeping people under control. We don't want to kill them. We don't want them to kill themselves either. We just want their tax. But there we go, folks. Listen, I'll chat away for a wee bit because we're having a good bit. I know there's not too many of you here and it's late, but if you'll excuse me a wee quick second, I'm going to pop to the loo. And if you've got any questions for me on this chapter, any wee comments on anything sci-fi or fantasy, etc., whatever, I'll probably set up for a wee bit if anybody's interested. But give me a wee second and I'll be right back, okay? Otherwise, well, I suppose we'll call it a night in a wee minute or two, but excuse me a wee second. So there we go, folks. I don't know if anybody's still there. It says 3 people are still there. So that's goodness, what a dense chapter anyway. And thank you for bearing with me. Goodness, I suppose they're all starting to get quite heavy, aren't they? Usually we have a range of sort of chapter lengths. Let me just have a wee look. Chapter 35 is the next one coming up. The concept of progress acts as a protective mechanism to shield us from the terrors of the future. I'm looking forward to this chapter, and oh goodness. I'm going to have a hard time with this one, aren't I? Let me see. Let me see how long. Oh, crap. Right. This is probably the biggest chapter we've hit yet. Oh, yeah. I'm going to have to put about 3 days aside to do this. It takes me quite a while to annotate the crap out of these things. Just looking for things, trying to find words, etymology, help broaden the meaning, I suppose, But there we go, folks. So, yeah, if anybody's there, if you say, let us know if you've any wee questions or anything. I've got a beer here, that much beer, and so I will probably head off after that. But if anybody's got any wee questions or wee comments, we're all over the place tonight. I'm just wondering. Sometimes, by the way, when I look through these things, I miss wee things, and I hope nobody takes it personally. It's just things don't catch my eye sometimes. So I just tend to run through some of the wee comments and just see if I missed anything. But yeah, there we go. It's we're in for a big chapter the next time, so I'm going to have to get a few days of work in early on this one. It usually takes me a couple of days to annotate a chapter. But I suppose I approach it, and I don't know what's going to be useful or not. So I just try to go with it and see what I scribble down and make sure I get the dialogue down correctly. Which is why I don't know. We've got 3 of these at the minute, and the first one behind me is twice as thick as this book. But we have 2 the same size. So we're creating a first set of notes. I don't know if anybody's interested. Maybe I'll try and turn them into some kind of book or something, or else I actually thought I might do some kind of wee competition, and maybe somebody would like them. Just I don't know. I don't know what to do with them. But I'll tell you what gave me the idea for it. I don't know. Let me see if you can see the bookshelf behind me. If you have a wee look at that, that is, and I'm missing one volume. That is the new annotated Sherlock Holmes, and the people who put those books together, edited with notes by Leslie S. Klinger. What an incredible piece of work! Oh goodness gracious! I can barely lift these things. The weight of them is incredible. These are all the Sherlock Holmes short stories. And there's another volume to go with this to complete the silhouette, which is the novels. And my goodness, the information in these books is incredible. Bloody hell, that's expensive on the book. Well, it says the American and Canadian price on this. I paid 30 quid for these. It says $95 in America, $135 in Canada. Anything you ever wanted to know, every single little thing is annotated in those. They're exquisite. Unfortunately, I find that I'm going to need to get one of those blocks to read them on. They're too heavy to hold. So as much as they're beautiful books and fascinating, they're slightly impractical just for casual reading, if you see what I mean. But if you ever needed to know anything about Sherlock Holmes, there you go. So there we go, folks. And it's, I was hoping to get around to doing a wee kind of general, we're doing the book club thing. And so I do apologize for not doing it yesterday. My throat had just gone on me. I had the work done, and I've even just wasn't going to happen. So I've been on the honey and lemon and all sorts of things just to try and get through here tonight. I'm amazed that my throat's held up, actually, But it's been it's an interesting chapter, and really, I suppose it's a very busy chapter, but it's an immersion into Fremen culture here. How you bury your dead is very, very interesting. I suppose one of the things I keep getting on is people keep talking to me about as if I suppose people think I'm a historian. And I have to point out that I'm not a historian. I suppose I am, but To me, history is one arrow in my quiver, if you see what I mean. I'm a classicist first and foremost, and I'm all sorts of things. And how I approach, hmm, I suppose, what was I trying to think? I think I've lost my train of thought there. Just in terms of inquiry into things, history is one way of looking at things, and history is an inquiry. Um, and a historian operates very differently than a classicist, I suppose, because a historian looks at certain things, whereas a classicist looks at almost everything to do with those two particular societies of Rome and Greece, I suppose. We're saying about the Atreides having a strong propaganda team, everything about the Atreides from the ancient world. I did a wee 3-part episode there just on the Pelopid line. And I thought, if you want to understand a little bit about Dune better, here's this family that the Atreides, this is their family line from the ancient world. Let's take a look at this family that's involved in outrageous familial slaughter. And I realized that actually, as much as I pointed that out, what I hadn't done was really kind of went, okay, let's take that and show where it is in June. And so I'm thinking about adding a wee episode, a 4th episode to the history of the Pelopid line, Ah, dear, oh dear. But yeah, we'll see if we can try and get a wee live chat with everybody, either on, I'll try and figure out possibly Discord, or else I'll set up a wee thing one night with my Zoom channel. I think I can have quite I actually pay for a Zoom channel because I do a fair bit of tutoring through it. So I think I can set something up. Not that I've ever done it, but I think it would be nice to have a wee chat with everybody, or for those who would like to pop in and say see face to face and get a bit of a dialogue going, because it's always me talking. And for someone who loses his voice quite a lot, by God, I wish I had somebody else here doing these kind of things to help me now and then. But that's the joys of being a misanthrope, I suppose. So cheers. And yeah, thank you very much for joining me, folks. I suppose if that's the end of the night, unless anybody's got a few questions, or comments or anything like that, I'll say goodnight in a few minutes. But what I'd like to do is really have a wee chat. I'd like to pop on, and I was doing these wee science fiction Fridays and Saturdays kind of things now and then. But the problem with doing this, we've been on here for 4 hours and 51 minutes, and then I go and do another one the next night, and that's the problem. I'm talking too much. And it's as much as I smoke, I'm not a particular. You've probably seen I've been smoking the same cigarette, one puff and put it down. I don't smoke that much. It's just all the gabbing, But I would really like to pop on, have a wee sort of science fiction, fantasy, horror Friday, Saturday chat about everything that's on out there at the minute, particularly the Lord of the Rings, the Rings of Power show, and the House of the Dragon, and the Sandman. And I think that there's a good amount of fantasy and science fiction out there these days, and certainly listening to the arguments made about the Rings of Power, and in terms of it's getting hammered, isn't it, by the critics on YouTube, or the fan stations, if you like, and I think they're presenting an unfair attitude towards it. Granted, I love the Lord of the Rings, and in terms of all the Tolkien books, I've read The Hobbit, The Lord of the Rings, The Silmarillion, and the only other book that I've read by Tolkien is The Lays of Beleriand. I don't know if anybody knows The Lays of Beleriand, but I kind of had a look at it because it was, let me see, I thought it was Tolkien's attempt to sort of present some of the stories in Lord of the Rings in a kind of proper epics type saga way, if you like. How would you say that to a modern audience? The Lays of Beleriand probably sounds like a soft Lord of the Rings porno, doesn't it? Depends if you know what a lay is. Um, are they triplets? I can't remember. It's been so long since I read it, but there was something in particular that I loved about that book was the story of Juan, the Hound. And of course, you know that, as you'll know, that this is the doghouse. We like all things about dogs, you know. We're very doggish ourselves. Myself, woof woof. But yeah, it's interesting to see the way people have been attacking the show, and talking about the preciousness of Tolkien lore. And I think it's kind of interesting. I think I have a different perspective on it, but especially in the light of what Tolkien was trying to do, which was create a myth for the English. If you understand what a myth is, um, if as much as you can say there's an original story, myths warp and change and are altered heavily by individuals throughout the years. So what Amazon has done to the Lord of the Rings is no different than what any author has done to the myth of King Arthur, for example. And I think it's a very interesting myth to compare. Actually, the whole nature of the Arthurian, what we call, you might call, I suppose, Tolkien's Middle Earth mythos. When we refer to King Arthur, we're talking about the matter of Britain, and it's a body of literature that covers 1,500 years and changes incredibly from the lore, if you see what I mean. And I think it's an interesting way of looking at it, because I don't think anybody's really considered this, that Tolkien wanted to create a myth. And if you understand what happens to myths, and I hope nobody takes this the wrong way, but simply put, if you understand what happens to myths, then what Amazon has done to the Lord of the Rings mythos, if you like, the Tolkien's world, is actually what happens to a myth. I'm not saying it's a good thing, by the way, because I think I think there's good parts to the show and bad parts to the show. But I think that if Tolkien wanted to succeed in creating a myth, then it needs something like what's happened with Amazon to actually ensure that it has been mythologized. If you see, I mean, it takes people to take those stories and do other things with them. And particularly if you love old stories, part of what's great about loving them, if you like, is traveling all the way back to find the original tale. The way it's been altered, changed, manipulated to suit a particular culture, religion, society, etc. Um, as much as you might like, for example, within King Arthur, the main run kind is Arthur must be named after Arthur. It must be a Roman, but of course Arthur's an Irish name. And Excalibur has an analog in an Irish sword, and this is I suppose Tolkien's point, isn't it? That the English don't have a myth of their own, and he wanted to create a myth for the English, and I mean the modern English, because English would be Anglo-Saxons, etc. And of course, there are Anglo-Saxon myths, so that's what Tolkien's a professor of at Oxford, if you see what I mean, So I just think it's a very interesting situation within fandom, if you like, and of course the word fan comes from the word fanatic, which is not a good word. But listen, folks, I'm doing all the talking here, and we're coming up to 4 hours, and we're coming up to 5 hours. So I'll actually, it usually takes me a minute or two to wrap up. So I'll just say thank you very much, if anybody's there, for joining me tonight. And apologies for last night. As I said, my throat had gone. And wow, we're getting into the dense parts of Dune at the minute, and I've got a fair bit of work to do for the next chapter, but the next chapter is the one I'm really looking forward to, I have to say. And we're doing rightly. We're making good progress throughout the book. Can you see the breaks in my book, by the way? Hang on. Full split. And I've got multiple splits throughout this book now. And it's not going to make it. I'm pretty certain. And when I started this, I actually went to pick up my old copy of Dune, the last copy of Dune, and it's gone. Actually, I had to throw it out, and I opened it up, and just all the pages fell out of it. So I've now, by working on Dune, I think this will be the ninth or 10th book of Frank Herbert's Dune that I've inadvertently destroyed, which is a sad thing because I love books. But thick books need good binding, good glue, good, etc., etc. So listen, folks. Thank you very much for all your comments. It's been, and I love the chat, etc. That we've gone all over the place as usual tonight. So I'd like to thank you all very much for participating. And some of you have given me us wee insight. And as always, we couldn't do this without you. So thank you very much. I absolutely love it. And as they say in Northern Ireland, love the crack. Doesn't mean what you might think it means. Crack is just the banter, the general interaction, life, and just how's your life, I suppose, is what's the crack mean, is all what are you up to, how's things going. But it also means banter, I suppose, in this country. And thank you very much. It's been a great night, and I've thoroughly enjoyed this. It's been a tough chapter to run through, actually, to be honest. But anyway, it takes me that long to say goodnight, so I'll do it now. And I'll say thank you very much for joining me, and look after yourselves no matter where you are. Take care. It's a funny old world these days, and we'll see you hopefully next Thursday, if my voice can make it, because we're trying to keep this regular now as we push on towards the end of June. So yeah, thanks very much. It's 3 a.m. Eternal here in Northern Ireland, and I suppose it's time for me to head off. So thanks very much, folks, and hopefully we'll see you soon. And I might possibly pop on and do a wee kind of let's chat about all things science fiction and fantasy, other than the Dune Book Club. Maybe tomorrow or Sunday or something like that. So in the meantime, look after yourselves, folks. Take care, be safe, and we'll see you soon. Thank you very much, and good night. Bye bye. Do